Hello, everybody. Welcome. I am Aurora. This is March 3rd, 2023. And this particular presentation is a re-presentation of something that I first did spontaneously in 2017. It was not part of the original curriculum that I did. Did I say the wrong date? Let me start again. It's May 3rd, 2023. I didn't know if I said the wrong thing, and apologies if I feel fragmented. Originally, the lecture is from 2017. It's called In the Face of Adversity, Dance Like a Flying Rainbow Lasagna. And I enjoyed that lecture so much when I revisited it last year that I made it part of the class curriculum. So I sent it out in the class notes, and I'm pulling up my class notes right now. Hold on, let me arrange my screen so that I can see everything properly. But this is the basics of what I'm going to talk about today are some of the formalism of what Flying Rainbow Lasagna is, because I know that my topics for this class are far-ranging. Like I talk about cancer as an interdimensional invader. I talk about galactic history. I talk about the frequency impingements and inhibitions that have been going on in our world for a very long amount of time. But really the focus should be on lasagna as a rectifying tool and sane, healthy response to a very, very insane, troubled, perturbed, and out of balance world that we are in. So, some people might say, how silly, like how foolish in such a difficult situation. You're going to dance, if there's something that's not supposed to be here, if there's something that's going on in your neighborhood that's not supposed to be going on, planetary invaders, anything, any of the things that I could name, health issues, economic issues, planetary invaders, consciousness reduction, any of these things. And so, it's so big that many people their shoulders go down. They definitely shrink down. They're daunted. It can be very intimidating. And some people are like, you're gonna, this, skeptical face, you're gonna dance? Like, yes, you're gonna dance. That's exactly right. It is the most sane and empowered response to our present circumstance. It remains truthful as it was in 2017, as it is now. So I'm going to share this with you again from my notes that I take from that lecture that I did then. And also I shared this in the email list, that email that I send out to the student participants list. So you can find the original lecture if you want to. And I'll also be reading from my notes, my extensive notes that I always prepare and that I've taken from that. And thank you, you guys. I'm drinking my decaf coffee here. Thank you for understanding. I just had my lunch, and we were just talking about my superfood lunch with broccoli sprouts and how amazing they are. Because I wanted that to be in the recording so that people know broccoli sprouts really are magical and or supernatural. They will give you supernatural powers. Okay. The Flying Rainbow Lasagna, and how exactly to transform the genetic structure of your ordinarily toroidal energy field into the Flying Rainbow Lasagna, which is a hypertorus. I jump up once per class. Time to jump. Ordinarily toroidal structure into higher dimensional torus shape. So now I'm going to talk math talk. In math talk, what cube is to tesseract, torus is to Flying Rainbow Lasagna. What that means is you guys are all very familiar with a cube. Like you know what a cube is shaped like. A cube is a third dimensional shape, a 3D shape. And when we talk about that, we're talking about something that is just a static image that has like one moment in time that is not necessarily changing or shifting over time, time being the fourth dimension and higher. So the tesseract would be considered the fourth dimensional or higher dimensional, next level up shape of what a cube is. And if you've ever seen an animation of tesseract, it looks kind of like an unfolding, like a box that comes out of a box and comes out of a box and keeps coming out of a box, and it keeps on looping around and coming out of a box. So the flying rainbow lasagna is the higher dimensional version of the torus shape. Recognizing that the flying rainbow lasagna is a composite shape. So that's the other thing. When you look at an animation of, like, say, the Tesseract, it is moving. I have plenty of animations of flying rainbow lasagna, and I can share them with you too. The main takeaway is to comprehend. When I show this to you, this is a static object, snapshot of a moment of something that moves and changes and shifts over time. And just like you can have a composite picture of me, for example, like moving my arm across the screen. And if I did that in a long exposure photograph, it would look like Aurora has 10,000 arms, and there are all of these arms that are moving across. But you recognize intellectually, I only have one arm, and it's just the qualities of photography that are making it appear. The overlapping images are making it appear as if I have multiple arms, but I really only have one arm that has moved through time. That is the same thing that's happening in flying rainbow lasagna. You really only have one singularity, which I will always emphasize and reiterate, is single by its nature, by its definition. And that singularity is synonymous with the zeroth dimension. Zero, not because it's worth nothing, but because it contains everything. And it contains everything. You don't have to put a descriptive term onto it in order to describe the presence of a position in that location, because that location is infinity. So you don't have to say, like if I told you, meet me at infinity, meet me at the zeroth dimension, you don't have to be like, well, what's the cross street? What's the address? It's infinity. There's only one of them there. That's it. And guess what? This is spoiler alert. All of you are there. All of your consciousnesses are there. Every single particle that comprises your physical form, every aspect of energy of your being is there. All light is there. All intelligence, all data, all time presence is there. And I joke about this. If you ever have insomnia, or you can't sleep, or you're, whatever, going into deep thoughts, just meditate upon the singularity. Like, there's only one singularity, and it's in the center of every single cell and every single atom and every single packet of light and every single parallel possible time dimension. And there's only one of it. So just like my supposedly multiple arm across the screen that you see many, many, many of, there's only one singularity, but you see many different examples or presences of it in reality right now, even as you're navigating reality before flying rainbow lasagna, pardon me. And in the flying rainbow lasagna shape, you see the presence of the singularity in this position here, and also in this position here. So P.S., the singularity is also God. And P.S., I'm very clear about this, and have always been throughout my entire 20 plus years of presenting my work within this cultural milieu. My definition of singularity is wildly different than the human cultural definition and expectation of singularity as it relates to transhumanism. And I'll also just share with you, it's not part of my notes, but in coming here, I did not expect my journey of flying rainbow lasagna to be so wrapped up in and relating to the concept of transhumanism, as my Aurora Collective is not a technology using, I would say, space, race, or group of consciousnesses, or a group of organisms or organization. However we would define these other things, beings, groups, or stuff, or non-stuff, or not stuff that's not supposed to be stuff that uses technology. So just with fewer words, I, Aurora, in the highest dimensional state that I emanate from, do not use technology. And we do not sustain ourselves using technology, and don't require or desire the use of technology at all, and find it to be quite unnecessary, as opposed to, in contrast with, many, many other forms. I don't even have words for it. Things, stuff, you guys interact with it quite often, that does use technology. So in coming here, my journey was all about taking consciousness from one level of development, which is up to the level of the toroidal energy field and bring it into the next highest dimension, literally creating the next highest dimensional capacitation or place to occupy or transit through creating this. So I literally paved the way or created the next highest dimension up from what had previously been created. And of course, all of this is also done totally in conjunction with and not in conflict with all of the previously established dimensions, because it would not be appropriate, for example, if I created flying rainbow lasagna, and then if it were in conflict with the first or the second dimension, then the first and the second dimension would say, hey, that's great that you just did your thing, but now you are destroying the foundation of the fabric of reality, because the fabric of reality is absolutely reliant upon and interwoven with a series of foundational laws or concepts or ideas. And that is what cosmic law is. So cosmic law is not a judge in a powdered wig that sits atop a pedestal and says, clank, clank, like I now say and declare, like legal, illegal, or, you are a criminal or anything like that. It is not about a personal opinion in that way at all. And it is incontrovertible. These are laws that uphold the structure of reality, including the existence of time, the existence of energy, and the existence of the phenomenon known as consciousness. And that if you want to have time or energy or consciousness, you have to play by the rules. You have to have this music that you agree to conform to. Or if you want to do higher dimensional math and do all of the fun and exciting things that you can do with numbers and shapes and forms in a higher dimensional reality, it is absolutely necessary to respect, love, meaning accept, and build upon the previously established truisms of the 0th dimension, the 1st dimension, the 2nd dimension, the 3rd dimension, the 4th dimension, blah, 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 up to the flying rainbow lasagna. So what I did in the spontaneous creation of the flying rainbow lasagna is absolutely in conjunction with, in celebration of, and in respect of all of the previously established rules of the cosmos and all of the math that has already been established. And then this is a new rule or a new idea or a new way of doing things that then rests on top of all of that previously established information. Because in a strong system like this, like everything that I paint, you do not have self-conflict. You cannot say, in my painting, every time you see a 2-inch circle, it's going to be indigo, except when this happens, or according to my random arbitrary whim, or this over here. And again, you guys know that I love and celebrate self-expression. And so if you're an abstract expressionist, you're just paint splattering everywhere, like, I love you, you're fantastic. Or if you paint florals or whatever your thing is that you do, please do it. Please keep going with it. Your thing is your thing. My thing is my thing. And it's like saying, some people devote their entire career as a musician, like a violinist or a piano player, to simply memorizing Mozart and playing those patterns perfectly. And you could say that I devote myself entirely to memorizing these divine patterns of harmonics and then playing them or expressing them perfectly. I express them perfectly through my body form, as perfectly as I can. I express them as perfectly as I can through my paintings. I use a tiny brush, but sometimes my elbow shakes a little bit. I'm like, oh, like that line didn't come out exactly perfect, but I tried. That is what matters in all of these things. I'm always giving you, because I'm a total perfectionist, I'm always giving you good advice that I follow myself. Please do your best. Because if you're a total perfectionist, you're like, what if I make a mistake? I'm not following the exact patterns of the cosmos. Oh no, heads are exploding. Please don't liquefy your brains in an effort to be completely perfect. Of course, any of these little wobbles that happen in your expression, in your voice, in your body, in the walking of your feet on the earth, in your paintings, in anything that you're doing, in your music, it's fine. You hit a little bit of a sour note, it's fine. The world is not going to collapse. But the point is, you're going for alignment with the ideals of formfulness that are these foundation concepts that uphold the cosmos. So again, I don't want you to feel that the cosmos will become radically destructured if you hit a wrong note on the piano, or if you drop a splatter of paint on your painting. You'll be okay. But we intend for alignment with these perfect and divine patterns. And also, P.S., I didn't mention enough about the singularity. P.S., it's God. It's God, but it is not the anthropocentric God. It is not the God meaning having a face, two eyes, and features that signify personhood to the embodied humans that are biological forms, because you have an innate expectation that is part of your neurological system in your brain, that it's literally part of recognizing faces in other things. So that's literally a specific set of cells that you have in your brain that either recognizes faces that are similar to your face. 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. And then you say, that's a person. There's something there. There's a person. There's a face there. Or projects that if there's no face. Like you might see a cloud of water vapor. There's not a face in the water vapor. But you might project in the patterns and the textures that you see and the patterns of light and dark that you see there, a face that is 100% emanating from not only these cells that are in your neurological structure, that are measurable by objective science, that are also part of your anthropocentric filter, the lens you wear in front of your face that is part of your Christ consciousness filter, or the brow chakra, your indigo chakra, and your eye of time, that is the filter through which you perceive reality, where you are collapsing the abstract waveforms of reality into something that is comprehensible and digestible to you in a human form. So there's no blame that is put upon you in the sense that God is incomprehensible to you in the divine abstraction. And you're looking at it and you're like, I can't even get this thing. And there's a tendency in the humanness to project humanness upon this, incomprehensible, so that it then becomes apprehendable, so that you can have something to grasp upon, so that there's something that you can relate to. There's no problem with that at all, as long as you intellectually recognize that you are making something that is extremely large in its scale, infinite even. It is the 0th dimension, and not merely human, but human also encompassing all life. So it is human, but it also encompasses all life, all consciousness, all light, all intelligence, everywhere. It's a very, 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 very big thing, that it is certainly lovable that you tend to personalize it as looking like yourself, but that is really only a tiny slice of what it is. So spoiler alert, 0th dimension, singularity as I present it, this convergence of all timelines and presence of all life, light, information, energy, and consciousness, possibilities and probabilities, is God, and it is you. But it is not only human, it is the encompassment of all life forms everywhere, of all life everywhere. And again, all light, which is data, information, intelligence, and potential, I guess that's the best word that I have for it. So again, meditate upon the singularity. It's really worth it. Because when I say that, what am I talking about? Where's my tendril? Guys, I don't know where my tendril is, but I'll use this colored pencil. When I say reach out with your tendril of attention, whatever you're touching on, that's what you're tasting and that's what you're thinking about. So if you want to touch on and eat something that is some amazing good food, touch on singularity. Touch on that in your quiet moments, in your time when you can't sleep and you're staring at the ceiling. Touch on singularity, touch on it with your mind, and receive that profound information that exists and what it is, that it resides within you and that is a part of you. And I emphasize that so much in my work because it is a little funny, non-funny, whatever. It's a math joke. It's kind of half funny. It's at the center of all of my work. The singularity is literally at the center of all of my work. It is the epicenter of the torus. It is the source that emanates you into reality. emanates all timelines and probabilities, and it is also the destination that you circulate back towards. Comprehending and knowing about singularity has everything to do with jumping into the next highest dimension, because you have singularity in this position and in this position, in this simplification that is a static object of something that is stellated, or I'm going to use a new word that I'm not sure if I'm using it well, quaquaversal. Yes, it sounds like something maybe a duck would say, quaquaversal, but it means radiating in all directions from the center. All right. Again, I'm not sure if I'm exactly using that word correctly. I just learned about it. It's describing geological formations that radiate towards all centers of the compass. You have singularity here, you have singularity here, but you recognize that this shape is being oriented in many, many, many directions. So you're always seeing it like this for simplification purposes and diagrammatical ease as I'm sharing this information with you. But please comprehend that when you are embodying it, doing the FRL dance, and also might be perceiving it, you might perceive something that's like over here, over here, over here, over here. That singularity is jumping in a very complex, dynamic, not unpredictable, but unique pattern. That unpredictable is a good word for it, because I should say, not random or arbitrary, but constantly ever evolving responsive pattern that is going in many, many, many multiple directions. So it's not just this up down, because in my classes, I have simplified and I have said that the movement of the flying rainbow lasagna is an up down, and then also a side to side, an in out, and then also a tumbling end over end. And that is all accurate, but you must understand that is exactly like, let me turn on my piano. And let's see, again, sometimes Zoom chops out the audio and you can't even hear it. But let's say we have 4 different notes. Out of those 4 notes, just like you have 4 basic protein structures that make your DNA, you can create an almost infinite amount of patterning in songs. That's what I do every morning. All right. I won't keep going, but I could keep going. Through limitations, you can reach infinity. So even if you have 4 notes to play or 4 protein structures to work with in your DNA, there is such an amazing array of complexity that you can reach in the patterning of how you arrange those 4 things. So if we have these basic movements of the flying rainbow lasagna, the singularity is going up and down, creating this shape. Oh, the singularity is kind of swishing side to side, creating this shape. Oh, the singularity is oscillating in and out, creating this shape. And of course, this is also rotating at the same time that it's doing that. And then also the tumbling end over end. These represent 4 basic motions. But what if I do, and you'll see this if you watch me in my dance class, sometimes I do an up, but then an out, but then a tumble, a half tumble, then a down, then a side, then another tumble. All of these, again, can be put together in an amazing array of complex patterns that are non-arbitrary. So my work with flying rainbow lasagna in the highest dimensional plane is similar to my paintings in the physical plane, not random or arbitrary or merely according to my own pleasure. It gives me the most pleasure to be like Mozart, or conform to learning about Mozart's music. I think of Mozart as like a musical genius. That's why I bring him up all the time. God as being the most amazing creative genius, that it gives me the most joy in my personal self-expression to voluntarily conform to those patterns of divine intelligence and divine willpower in my expressions of flying rainbow lasagna. And that is, again, in contrast to some sense of random, arbitrary, chaotic, or self-serving patterns that would be possibly interesting or fun for me, but that do not harmonically intermesh and complement the previously established incredible complexity of the cosmos, which is the life-giving, I want to say the word matrix, but you guys understand that word as a anti-life diminishment system, but there actually is a very highly organized principle that is where life arises from. That if I were to be just like, hey, I'm looking out for number one and I'm doing everything in my own way, like F all of you, I do my own thing. Like, that's fine, but that is pretty much like giving the finger to the entire substrate of life that you arise from and that upholds you. Do you understand? It would be like very, very rude, disrespectful, and self-destructive to do all of those things. So it gives me the greatest joy to make my patterns and my music as close to those divine patterns as I possibly can, voluntarily, joyfully, and in respect of the genius of the creation of life. If you would also like another insomnia topics to meditate upon the miracle or supernatural unlikelihood of life, of consciousness, of energy, like just energy. Like, who creates energy? Energy is a thing. Have you ever thought about energy? What an amazing thing, because we're talking about the 0th dimension and some of these cognitive leaps that happen in order to get into the next highest level of experience. And sometimes it is necessary to create something or envision or imagine something that you have never thought of before. So we're talking about divine consciousness, God consciousness, which is actually you, but just on a much, much grander scale with much, much more wisdom and experience accrued. Having that moment of being like, I think I'll make some energy. I've never made that before. This should be interesting. Let's do this and see what happens. Melissa says, in Old Hebrew, matrix means womb. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for being here. And thank you for your erudite scholarship, because I do not know very much about that. So that's very, very interesting. And that's exactly what I'm seeing and trying to portray, the sense of an organization of matter and presence that gives rise to the potentials for greater complexity of life, exactly the same way that is what a womb is. And it's also a very beautiful connection between the root word of matter, the material world that we inhabit with our physicality presences, and mother. Matter and mother are similar in their phonetic etymological origins, and the womb of the mother. So we are in matter and in a material world. It is meant to be a place of gestation, development, growth, and birth. I have my painting covered up. Otherwise, I'd point to it back there. I can jump up and move the painting. But you guys might enjoy seeing my painting in progress, because I'm finally back to it. It's been a very, very long one. That's been like a long, slow burn on that one. Not like an insult burn, but like, like a fire that's been glowing for a very, very long time in the hearth there. Giving birth to a new dimension. And that is literally what this particular presentation, In the Face of Adversity, Dance Like a Flying Lasagna, it's what this is all about. Because, I recognize and acknowledge, especially in this class, on Path of Light Saturdays, I focus on like the highest light presences and that level of reality. At other times, like, I'm certainly not afraid or intimidated to talk about it, but just, we don't always want to be like focusing on doo-doos and the undigested corn in the doo-doos and analyzing that with a spectroscope of exactly what it is. Like, we know what it is, all right? So I don't want to put undue focus and a huge amount of verbal energy into those things that are, really crapping up the joint, and would much rather focus on the ideals, because that is how you actually transcend, get past the stuff that's not supposed to be in existence, imbalances, and things that are the impurities that are coming between you and a true clarity of vision of what true reality actually is. Sustenance, hold on one moment. Thank you. Okay. So singularity is also the presence of all thoughts. All thoughts. This goes back to the sense of thoughts being like tiny conscious particles, not merely a cognitive event that is happening as something in your own neurological structure, but recognizing, so human earth surface science, objective materialism thinks consciousness is a phenomenon that arises from your neurology. First I build a brain and then I get consciousness, right? But I say, no, I say consciousness first, consciousness makes brain, then consciousness inhabits brain, then consciousness does stuff with brain, including catch thoughts. I call your brain your fatty idea catcher because it is literally a gelatinous, mostly fatty organ, positive fats. PS, if you're having cognitive difficulties or family members are having cognitive decline, please eat MCT, medium chain triglycerides, which are found in coconut oil, and also it's literally called MCT oil. Positive balance of lipids in the body is essential for cognitive processes because the lipids are the myelin sheath that covers, like in electrical insulation, the quote unquote wiring of your brain. And so your brain is made of nerves, individual nerve carrying lines that are covered in these fatty gelatinous coatings. All right. So you have a fatty idea catcher up here. And these little thoughts exist as, you could think of them as tiny particles, similar to neutrinos that whiz around, whiz, whiz, whiz. They are flying all around out there. And they whiz through your brain and they set up a waveform presence in their wake, just exactly the same way as a person dives into the water and then it makes the water behind them swirl and swirl and swirl. You have all of these thoughts diving through you. And then it is up to you as the owner experiencer of the brain and driver of your abstract consciousness to make choices about, like, these thoughts I enjoy, these thoughts I do not enjoy, these thoughts I align with, these thoughts I diminish and make the music go down. I don't want to hear those thoughts or participate in them. That's exactly what I do with my paintings. I'm saying, I am going to emphasize these shapes. These are the divine shapes of intelligence. And then also these other shapes over here are either random, unnecessary, arbitrary, or they don't fit with the pattern. And that's also very big. Like it's not that something is right or wrong, or we're moving beyond the sense of good and evil, but what we're really recognizing here is some things just don't fit that pattern. And that is why they are undesirable or EUP, energy out of place. You don't want to have a bunch of energy out of place. You want to be really only energizing the consciousness pathways that represent the perfect harmonics of the larger divine consciousness network that you reside within, that you originate from, that you uphold with your own correct thought patterns. So now you're starting to get the sense of like, wow, like this is a huge empowerment teaching. This is even better than some sense of like constant conflict or violent struggle or something like that. The empowerment teaching of actually being able to transform the world through your perception, through your cognitive processes, comprehending and looking at the world in a new way as being an empowerment event. And I talk about this too, and I talked about this in my FRL dance class. If we look at different superheroes, just like looking at pop culture and trying to create something that is relatable to you. There's like a Hulk type of superhero that's like can smash through a brick wall with his fist, or like another type of superhero will like, whatever, spider webs or flames shooting out of their hands or something like that. The most powerful superhero is a superhero that can control time, because it's like, instead of having to Hulk smash the big wall or burn the big wall, or even, whatever, any of these other responses to the big wall, control time. And you can create a reality structure where the wall was never built, or where the wall was built with a nice, beautiful edifice that has a door that you can walk right through very easily. The capacity to respond to and control time to optimize your situation is the ultimate superpower. And it is the ultimate sanity, especially when you face a world where, you're in a conflict of time right now. And that is how each one of you ended up in your present life circumstance, in the body that you're presently in, on the timeline that you presently are in, and in the rather fraught difficulties of this world. I'm being kind of like pinkies up, unmentionable, like I clutch my pearls, like we just won't talk about it. But yeah, a lot of the challenges that are going on right now arise from emanations of parallel and past timelines. They're about what would be considered time conflicts, like, you know, you don't want to have time control, time travel technology. And technology is a big part of this, using that word as like singularity, melding of transhumanism, a biological consciousness plus a non-biological consciousness, and plus, okay, you guys want a recipe for disaster? Let me just rewind how I'm saying all this. Here's a recipe for disaster. First, take some biological people hardware of any different type of race or species, and non-biological hardware. Remove wisdom, and then add time machine, add time travel, and you've got a recipe for disaster. And it also reminds me of one of like the Homer Simpson cartoons about Homer Simpson creates a time traveling toaster, and every time he presses the toaster button down to make toast, time changes. It's like he is not a wise, worthy Time Lord. Homer Simpson is not a Time Lord. He is definitely not wise enough to know about how to change and shift and transform time. And in the end, he's just randomly making toast. He's like, nope, don't like this reality, make new toast. Don't like this reality, make new toast. Just new toast, new toast, new toast. Just hope, hunting and pecking on the keyboard. Is this one? No, 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 no. I'm playing the piano in case you can't hear it on the Zoom. Just randomly trying to come up with better time patterns. That is not what you do in time. That is not being a Time Lord at all. Before I motor forward, because I know I tend to do that, let me read Pedro's comment while it's still relevant. And Pedro, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a long-term student. And thank you for your own cognitive energy that you add to our class. Pedro says, cogito ergo sum means I think, therefore I am. And then, does God thinks, therefore we are sound good to you? Absolutely. The process of creation has everything to do with the cognitive event of thinking. But I'll also be very clear on this. We in this present reality have an intellectual overlay, implant at the level of the yellow chakra, that is not native to our consciousness. A series of thought patterns and communication ways of communicating that is actually not our normal way of perceiving, analyzing the world, and talking to one another. So these are what I call the OS human, operating system human, but it is non-native to humanity, and it was implanted in you millennia ago, even though I know that human history has been sanitized and changed quite often. But just understand, it is a very, very ancient event that is concurrent with the reduction of consciousness from genetic mutilation, and it represents a suppression of your true mind. Your true mind is your insight that is at this level, which is a non-verbalized mind. So this is why meditation and states of non-verbalization are so crucial for you to cultivate. Meditation in the beginning is distancing oneself from verbalized thought, because the implantation at the level of yellow, where those thoughts arise, has no off button, much like the original iPod music machine. You can't turn it off. So you come here as a little baby, you have no intellectualism, total nonverbal true mind. Then you get implanted with the cultural imperative, which is get a mind, which is the intellectual mind, so that you can communicate with others. And then as you do that, there's no off button, and you develop a constant talking mind that's always saying stuff and talking about stuff. That is a constant barrier. Like, I don't really watch basketball, but I know like one guy's trying to get the ball into the basket, and the other guy is like this: I'm in front of you, I'm in front of you, I'm in front of you, I'm in front of you. That's the talking mind, all right? Trying to prevent you from connecting with your true divinity and the true mind, which resides at this level, which is the mind of Christ, mind of Christ consciousness, the overarching meta-being that is not affiliated with one denomination of an earth religion, even though you know that I've spoke about this often, love and respect and celebrate people who identify as Christians. But I'm always careful to say this, because I use the word Christ It is part of a overarching galactic network of consciousness that you can be a part of, whether you are non-denominational, whether you are part of the Hindu world, Islam, pagan, agnostic. It is inclusive. So it is not only for people that self-identify with a particular religious sect here in this planetary world. And there are many different parallel realities that are full of Christed beings. There are many different planetary structures. So parallel realities, different time roads next to you. You can't drive there in your car or your spaceship. Also, same time road in the past and in the future, many Christed beings on other planets and other cultures. This is all pervasive. And that is really the true network of the stars, stellar consciousness, divinity, and pure light. So that's, I'm always emphasizing where I'm coming from on that. That's your true mind. That's your true mind, is the mind of Christ, which is a mind of pure light. And just like in your brain, you have neurological signals that bounce back and forth. The sun and the stars are this network of pure light that has connectivity, perceives one another, has individuality, but also fits together as a harmonic whole. And that I, Aurora, as a waveform presence, not embodied in this physical body as I am in this moment, or oscillating back and forth in this moment, but when I'm purely there, I'm a waveform presence that is traveling on that network of light. Just like you can have, like I told you, a living thought, a cognitive event that comes through your fatty idea catcher. Let me read Melissa. She says, animals have the natural response of, I am who I am, deal with it. Exactly. And each one of us would also benefit from this same natural attitude, being that we are divine creations, which we can learn to understand and deal with. Absolutely. I love that. I love that comment. And I learn a lot from animals. Here in this cultural paradigm, humans tend to condescend to the animal and plant worlds a lot. And that is part of anthropocentrism. That is when humans think, oh, ha, ha, this is me, like straightening my tie. I am at the top of the food chain, the top of the cognitive pyramid. I am at the top of everything. I'm a human. I know everything. Microbes know nothing. Plants know nothing. Dogs and cats know nothing. And I even wonder whether those things have a soul. And I'm being very facetious, dripping with sarcasm, you can tell, but I'm putting that on in case you don't have a sarcasm filter. I have to say it for you. And a lot of that comes out of like the Age of Enlightenment, 17 and 1800s, Northern European, ethnocentric, meaning culturally focused on themselves viewpoint, and very male focused as well. They wondered whether females had souls. They wondered whether dogs and cats had souls. They thought that dogs and cats and bunnies didn't even feel pain and that it was okay to vivisect them. It's like horrific to think about that. But I bring that up because when you begin to reach these higher levels of your true mind, of course you talk to microbes. You know what? You can talk to water. Water has consciousness. Mineral life, a crystal structure like a quartz crystal, has consciousness, or sentience, I should say, self-sentience. The entirety of the world has sentience and a consciousness presence that you can talk to. And I am not condescending to you, because I will also say some of your limitations have been in cultural suppression and genetic suppression. And that Flying Rainbow Lasagna is all about rearranging yourself and transcending those suppressions. But also, there's a current agenda to use technology to suppress and diminish your true mind so that you can't effectively talk with the microbes, the hawks that are in the sky flying over your house, or whatever, the trees that are outside and flowers that are outside. And it's not just in humans. This is what the millimeter waves, you know what, I talk about them all the time. Pinkies are up. We don't mention the unmentionables. The unmentionable millimeter waves that have been put around this planet and really turned on within the past 3 years. As those were turned on, I recognized in my observations of animals in nature less communication and less connectivity. I once saw a bird of prey, like a hawk or something like that, trying to hunt a stone bunny, like a garden sculpture. It couldn't tell whether the bunny was an alive bunny that was frozen or whether it was a rock in the shape of a bunny. That is unthinkable in the world where our minds are connected, because what actually is happening in the world of animal to animal communication, clearly they do not speak the English language or Chinese or whatever is your language. They speak with pure energy and pure insight and pure emotion, empathy, telepathic, empathic connection. And when people talk about the laws of the jungle, Mr. Charles Darwin, ethnocentrism of the 1800s, and the projectionism of presuming that the world of plants and animals is a world of endless dualistic opposition. The hawk versus the bunny. You're going down, bunny. And I'm joking, this was like WrestleMania. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. What actually happens is the hawk is in the sky, telepathically connects through its tendril of attention, connecting to the bunny, and is like, bunny, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat you. And they have a whole conversation about it before it actually happens. Then the hawk swoops down and eats the bunny. And it's different because, again, like Darwin couldn't see and perceive this. So in that ignorance projected a whole bunch of crapola, that erroneous crapola on the motives and activities that were going on. There's a huge amount of communication that happens in the animal realm that precedes the ingestion of other animals. And it doesn't necessarily mean like, I gain, like some of these silly games, I gained consent, I blah, 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 this, therefore I'm able to destroy you. None of that at all. These are more like conversations. Here's how I will really phrase it for you. In boxing matches that are showdowns, traditionally in the way that it's done in the West and also in the Far East, Far East from me, Asia, I should say. In Europe and in Asia, the two opponents face each other before the battle. And sometimes like they bow to one another, they look each other in the face. Sometimes they say like, you're going down. And then I tried to make a mean face there, it didn't work. And then they get to their boxing match or their violence sport, and then you see who wins. But the truth is, and this is like an ancient truism, that the battle is over at the very beginning. Looking the opponent in the eye, all of those agreements are made about who's going to pin who in the wrestling match, who's going to punch who in the face, who's going to tap out. All of those agreements are literally made then. Then you're just going through the motions afterwards. And that's actually an ancient teaching from, I think it is Japan or the samurai culture in the area of Asia. And it is truthful, even though I tend not to be in adversarial conflict, just as a basic part of my nature. I have studied it and learned about it from being in this world. And so I definitely recognize that that happens even in the sense of business interactions that are seen as competition. And again, I come from a world that is not a world of competition. So I have had to analyze and learn about these things. And I'm like, oh, I understand what's going on. So there is a unspoken nonverbal communication before the activity even happens that predetermines the outcome, because it is all based upon energy of what is actually going to happen. And thank you very much for that love in the chat. She says, I love you. Thank you for celebrating my offbeat humor. So back to my notes, that the singularity is the presence of all thoughts, thoughts as sentient creatures, thoughts as living beings, every particle or aspect of consciousness. And consciousness is a continuum, just as light is a continuum. So you can have an individual particle of consciousness known as photon. Then you can also have the continuum of, sorry, I should have said this, individual particle of light known as photon. Then you can also have the continuum of light, that is this giant ocean of waveforms that we are swimming around in. In exactly the same way, you have your individuated consciousness, like I am me and my dog is my dog, but we are both individuated packets in a much, much larger sea of consciousness. And when you are at this level of Christ perception and pure insight, you begin to see others as the self. So I was telling you anecdotally, I learned a lot from looking at and connecting with nature and our animal friends and family members. My dog is absolutely a family member, and I had a cat before I had a dog, and I've learned so much from reaching out with my tendril of attention and learning from them and connecting with them, because again, they are nonverbal. So they do not say things with words like either I love you or get the heck away from me, I don't want to be near you. They say it all with their energy and with their body language and with their pure non-verbalized insight, which is also what nonverbal and preverbal infants and toddlers do. That there is a lot of communication that is going on in our world beyond the levels of the flapping of the moving mouth parts, which I joke about here as being rather laborious or just so difficult. Oh, I have to put this into words. I'm just so put out by it. But I do it because why is it difficult for me? So, okay, guys, literally my brain is moving at like 10,000 miles an hour. And then to put things into words, it's like, I'm gonna have to slow this down to like 75 miles an hour. And that is actually very challenging because as you slow things down, you're gonna lose signal and things are gonna get, some things are gonna get dropped by the wayside. Some things are gonna get distorted. So please also really recognize that as you have these greater levels of highest dimensional insight, pure insight, that you might not even be able to put it into words, and that the act of putting something into words kind of squashes the bouquet and makes it no longer exactly what it was. It literally takes something that is three-dimensional, puts it into a flattened two-dimensional form. You're going to lose some signal, lost in translation. So the greatest thing that we can do is to transcend these language barriers and return to this direct rapport and communication that we have through pure telepathy, pure empathy, and pure insight. And that, again, it's been impeded. That level of development, which is supposed to be what's been going on in our ascension process over the past several years, harumph, has been temporarily impeded by these technological interference waves. That makes it very difficult to hear and see. So yeah, the hawk should totally be talking to the bunny, be like, hey, bunny, I see you down there, I'm going to eat you. And if he doesn't hear back from the bunny, he's like, that's not really a bunny. There is nothing there to eat. That is a garden sculpture. But the idea that a hawk actually tried to eat the garden sculpture is like, that, what is going on with that? It should already know. And also same things with, like my dog is sometimes afraid of Christmas reindeer on people's lawns. You know, like they put out these things that, because she thinks that they're big dogs. Sometimes we walk past them and she's like, I'm not going down that street. There's big dogs there. And mostly animals are able to sense, again, to sense a threat or a predator, whether something is alive, an actual thing, or whether it's just a stick figure, it's literally a pile of sticks in the shape of a reindeer. So all of these things tell me from observation that there are impediments to the entire animal kingdom being able to talk in the nonverbal network of communication the way that it should, the way that it has for a very, very long amount of time. And if my face seems sad or wistful, it is only the tip of the iceberg of my feelings, because I know and feel and remember what it was like when we lived in Atlantis, ancient concurrent, what for you would seem a mythological, magical time. Everything talked to each other. Everyone talked to each other. Crystals talked to trees. We talked to trees. We talked to water. We heard everything, hears everything about everything, and you talk to everything and you hear everything, and everything is you. I know. Wow. Right? Hold on a moment. Oh, Pedro has a beautiful question. Let me press pause on that question, though, and talk to it at the end of class. I'm going to keep going with that because that's a little bit of a tangent for me, but thank you and I love you. So back to the singularity as the presence of all thoughts, because when I'm talking about, you know, that wistful time when we were all connected, that really is because we all still maintained our highest connection to the singularity, God, the zeroth dimension. So I would talk a lot about Christ consciousness, but this also is intimately related to and housed within the crown. And the crown is your connection to God and to divinity. So when all organisms are in their presence as God and also in their body form, and everyone is at singularity, even while you are in the physicality realm, then there's this level of connectivity that has been lacking in this world for a very long amount of time. And then even now, as we are supposed to be connecting together more effectively, has been temporarily impeded, but is still a painful level of separation that we should not be experiencing. So singularity, single by its definition, and there's only one of it, and the flying rainbow lasagna, these two stellated points are both singularity, but that is not in conflict, because what's actually happening is you're witnessing the super fast vibration of singularity between these 2 points. And again, simplification of 2 points, but it can be in many different multiple orientations. And also the 2 points are not meant to represent increased duality. One of the hallmarks of this level of consciousness is duality. Remember, light versus dark in the showdown of the ages, good versus evil, Jesus versus Satan, the showdown of the ages, the endless conflict. I'm going to punch you in the face. But when you are able to get to the crown level, divine consciousness and singularity point, what you're able to see is that both of these are 2 sides of the same reality coin, or similar to the Mobius strip, a shape that seems impossible because it really only has one side. None of this is meant to be a justification or excuse making for something that is evil or violent or harmful or hatred or any of those things. So when we have lived in these levels of God connection and divine consciousness, it doesn't mean like evil schmeevil, like it's all the same thing, kind of like paint everything with the same paintbrush, blah, blah, it's all the same thing. No, it doesn't really mean that at all. And nor does flying rainbow lasagna mean that at all. The significance of flying rainbow lasagna in solving duality or transcending duality is the recognition that when singularity is oriented in a particular direction, it represents infinity. You could think of it as the on position or integer number 1 or beingness. And when the singularity is oriented in a different position, you could think of it as non-being or being off, energy and entropy. And entropy, in my definition, is the totality state of no energy. So in Path of Light, I teach about this, that when you are at infinity, in order to be at infinity, you are moving infinitely fast, you're infinitely hot. Heat is a form of intelligence or data or information. So the infinity point is the totality state of all informationness. I don't know if that's proper grammar. I'm laughing at myself here. Sometimes the words that come out of my mouth are a direct translation of what I'm perceiving. And I'm like, that's definitely not the way that you're supposed to say these things. But you do not have a contextual reference point of anything around you that is slower than you. So it's like if you're on a bullet train that is moving infinitely fast, you do not have at infinity a train station that is moving at 0 speed or slower than infinity, where you're like, ha ha, like I'm on the infinity train whizzing past you, like see ya suckers. It's not like that at all. If I am on the infinity train, I'm on infinity, I'm moving infinitely fast, and I'm holding a wine glass that is also moving infinitely fast, and I'm holding the wine glass is full of water that is also moving infinitely fast. And then as I drink it, all of us are moving infinitely fast, and it doesn't even appear as if there's any fastness at all. So if I was moving at infinity speed and my wine glass was only moving at 10 miles an hour, clearly, like I would leave my wine glass far behind, and I would not be able to actually drink or ingest the water or anything that is moving slower than me. At that speed, in order to achieve that level of infinity, you don't have anything around you that is a contextual relevance point of something less than what you are. There's no one standing on the train station. There is no train station. There's nothing slower than you. There's just you, the infinity fast bullet train or fast thing surrounded by all these other fast things that are also moving infinitely fast. And the complement to that in Flying Rainbow Lasagna is entropy. So that is my contribution to the math problem of consciousness, of the world, the conflicts that we have been experiencing at this level. Thing versus thing, the showdown of the world, and we're all going to suffer. And the way that you get past that suffering is to recognize that there are some things or items or objects that I don't even have the proper words to describe what they are or their state of I don't have a word to describe their status because they're not beings. I used to use that as a neutrality, like some beings, but they're not beings, they're non-beings. Some stuff is not actually supposed to be. And I also don't have an explanation as to be like, how did that stuff get here? Where's that stuff come from? I actually don't have an explanation for that. And so this is me like getting to my job on the first day. Everybody's like, where did this all stuff come from? And this is all is very screwed up. And I'm like, I just got here as Flying Rainbow Lasagna. It's my first day. Let me see if I can fix things. But I don't have an explanation as to where did all this crazy crap come from? Why is it that way? The good news is that you don't have to. You don't have to have an explanation. Like if you were going to mop the floor, you do, or clean up the doo-doos. You don't have to chemically analyze them. Be like, exactly where did these footprints come from? Whose shoe? How did this get tracked in here? Where did this partially digested corn come from? You don't have to do that. All you have to do is clean it up, and you clean it up by removing energy from it. Because the energy that sustains those items or stuff that's not supposed to be there, whatever it is energy out of place. Energy out of place. You got to get that energy back into place, because every single one of those little pieces of energy is like a dollar bill with your face on it. Instead of George Washington, your dollar bills or whatever currency you have. I try not to be too ethnocentric in my own sense, being in the United States. If you're in Europe, your euros or your pounds or whatever is your currency that you use doesn't have a picture of the Queen or George Washington on it. It has a picture of you. And the little items of your own currency that have been utilized to sustain something that's outside of the divine pattern. That's essential for you to reclaim that energy back to you, so that way you can be at the state of total energy. Because if you're missing puzzle pieces and you're like, yeah, I lost $5 back there in another, whatever, in another life, in a parallel dimension, I lost $5 of me, then you're going to be $5 short for infinity. You're supposed to have infinity. You have to have everything in order to be at infinity. And that means that it's necessary to reclaim all of your energy to you, which is also God. And that entropy is a totality state, meaning that there are $0 or euros in the energy bank account. Anything that is at entropy is in a totality state of non-being. So this is a little bit different than science's definition that talks about the journey towards entropy, which would be analogous to slowly pressing the brakes on your car, where you're like, I'm moving at 100 miles an hour, press the brakes, 90, 80, 75, slowly slowing down, because you can slowly slow down for a very painful, boring, long amount of time, which is literally what has been happening to you in this world for such a long amount of time, that the putis and the things that we talk about as being the disruptors of your chakra systems and the things that make the washing machine spin wildly out of control, ka-chunka, chunka, 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 these imbalances of energy have been slowly giving up their energy throughout time, when what they should do is go immediately to an entropy state. That is my contribution. That is what the creation of the Flying Rainbow Lasagna signified and continues to signify since 2001, when I innovated it. Instead of a very long, slow, painful, boring process of pressing the brakes on various different events or timelines or consciousnesses that eventually brings them to a full stop, you can bring them to a hard stop right away. And because what eventually happens with entropy, if you just press the brakes, all these things like slowly devolved. So good light waves stick together, they have coherence and longevity. They keep going infinitely, infinite organization structure. When things are not well structured, they kind of go, then they lose energy. They're in self-conflict. Like I always eat tacos on Tuesday, but I never eat tacos on Tuesday. Do I do it? Do I not do it? Do I do it? Do I not do it? Insanity. But the insanity is the conflict of these statements that don't match, that create a type of friction that makes the entire system devolve. So this is known as the entropic heat death of the universe. I use the word here, universe, very specifically, as I mostly use the word cosmos in order to signify every single possible timeline and version of reality. When I talk about the entropic heat death of the universe, I mean one particular narrative structure that is seen as a linear sense of events that begins with the inception of the universe, a la the Big Bang, or the beginning of events, or like the birth experience of life and consciousness, and then the slow de-evolution and disorganization until the entire system loses energy and has no more energy to generate energy out of. So in our world, stars are actually a supernatural, miraculous presence. They are perceived in the world of objective materialist science as a phenomenon arising like life that is conceived in the womb out of available resources. So in order to make a star, you must have first the raw ingredients of a star. So you want to make a cake, you're going to need raw ingredients. You're going to need a planetary nebula. So planetary nebula is the precursor to a star, a big giant collection of gases and dust and hot stuff that's kind of spread out. And what you need to do is take all that stuff, and you need to not have it be spread out, but you need to start to get it together. And you don't just get it together randomly. It is organized according to galactic superwaves, gravitational waves whose arc size is so large that it is encompassing entire galaxies. So very, very difficult for humans at this scale to even perceive or know about what galactic superwaves are, but they are also divine thought structures that organize stuff into stars and that make stars, and then the stars do their stuff, chugging along, sending out not only light, which is information and data, but also reality structures, until at a certain point they don't send out reality structures anymore, and then what happens is they collapse back into themselves. So when stars are what we would define as alive, there's a balance and a rapport and a stasis, like you have homeostasis. I drink 8 ounces of water, 8 ounces of water comes into me, 8 ounces of water comes out of me. And you know how water comes out of you. That is just part of homeostasis. This is the stasis of a star, where it has a certain amount of time, energy, and consciousness that it is emitting from it in the series of time events that we experience as what sustains biological life, what sustains and creates biological life. But at a certain point, the forcefulness, which is the solar wind of this energy emanating outward from stars, diminishes, is no longer in balance. You have less energy coming out, and then what you have is gravity, which is the crushing inward that was being held at bay by this constant floriferous profusion of like new ideas and new things and new stuff. But at a certain point, it's like, I'm out of ideas, guys. And then there is a contraction and a collapsing inward. That is singularity. It creates singularity, doorway, or portal in that no longer being able to sustain balance of the star presence. It is looked at analogous to death of a star, and it is death, but it is not death according to the atheistic viewpoint of just kaput. You're not just kaput. It is doorway to the next level of experience, because that singularity or black hole is doorway to the next highest level of reality after the star has gone through so many experiences. So I bring this up because the entropic heat death of the universe is proposed that at a certain point, you'll use up all of the raw ingredients to make new stars. All of the stars that have already been made will be made. And then those stars will be emanating their light and their energy and their presences, and of course their heat, light, intelligence. And at a certain point, there won't be any more energy for emitting heat, light, intelligence, not enough going out. All of those stars will shrink inward and collapse, maybe not in unison. So please don't think of it as like a finger snap moment, but it could be like that one went, then that one went, then that one went. And when they go, they leave behind this portal, which is the black hole, which is going to suck everything in. The vacuum cleaner, it's not going to leave anything behind. And at a certain point, what was the stage upon which all of these life events were able to be played in the universe becomes an extremely cold place. Heat, death of the universe. No more heat. All of the heat has exited. Like everything has left the theater. All of the stars have left the theater. All of the heat has left the theater. All of the light has left the theater. All you have is like a totally cold, dead place. And that is pure entropy. There is nothing that is moving there. There is nothing that is moving through time. It's the end of time in that particular version of reality, just as each one of you in fractal microcosm has many, many multiple parallel timelines where you end on the membrane of death. It does not continue onward because it was part of a math equation that did not have coherence and longevity. So that version of the cosmic fabric, that one thread known as one narrative structure universe, goes to its entropic heat death, which is an eventuality from the, I want to say poorly structured, but let's say non-optimally structured events of that reality. And then all of the light, heat, and energy has left. And any item or stuff that might be in the universe is not moving. It is not moving through time. Any matter or, again, I don't have words to be able to describe it, but you get it. Any stuff that's still there doesn't move. It can't move. It has nothing to move with. It has no gas. All of the cars are stuck. All of the molecular cars are stuck. All the atomic cars are stuck. All of the electron cars are stuck. Everything is stuck out of gas, frozen in time for the final denouement of that entire larger superstructure. Why do I bring this up? Because if you do not flying rainbow lasagna, which is the immediate entry into entropy of these structures that do not belong in existence, the other option is waiting 13 billion years for the entropic heat death of the cosmos. So this is like saying this: you're on a long journey, one of the interstate highways, especially in USA, it says this rest stop, like the last rest stop for like the next whatever 200 miles. So you got to ask everybody in the car, like, do you need a rest stop? Like, exit here. If you want to get off the highway, this is the only exit for like the next 200 miles. Because if you don't do it now, you are committed to going all the way, and that is, you could be very uncomfortable if you don't do get your whatever snacks or take care of yourself there. Entropy in flying rainbow lasagna is the direct, shortest route to losing energy that the stuff that is not supposed to be in existence can take. And if it doesn't take that exit on the highway, then it's going to be very, very, very long journey of 13 billion years of going along with no snacks and no relief until finally all energy is gone, and then it goes into a total restful state. Also, energy, as I describe it, is not synonymous with Christian hell. It is not synonymous with a place of burning and suffering and distress and torture and torment, which I've talked about this in class a lot, and you guys really comprehend where I'm coming from, that the direct route to entropy is meant to be a mercy, an end to suffering, a resolution of duality, not someplace where someone or something is sent as a form of punishment or endless imprisonment, which is what the theological definition of Christian hell, according to the earth surface religion, is, which is something that I take some issue with, and I think is actually a rather unhealthy thought form and reality structure to presume and participate in. So if you have a putti, something that is a residual consciousness, either an entirely fabricated being that never lived, or if you have a consciousness residue from something or someone that once lived, a bird, a hawk, a person, a microbe, and it died, and it's on the membrane of death. To go to entropy is not a punishment. It's not like, take that, you, like, get to hell, get into that lake of fire and burn forever. It is actually an alternative to the sense of being stuck on the membrane of death, which would feel like burning like fire, because the membrane of death is technically a flowing membrane where no one is supposed to be dead, nothing is supposed to be there. Imagine very, 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 very fast energy that is actually love energy, the love energy of the world. I don't know if you can hear that. It's A for love. Love tone is flowing. The only problem is if you're not shaped right, then the energy flowing through the form or whatever you are creates friction, which is not a pleasant feeling for these things that are not supposed to be in existence. They're not formed correctly, their math is incorrect, and when energy is placed into them, like as a systemic context, it doesn't make them go super fast or feel super elated or be more anything. It just hurts them. It just diminishes them. And it is also that it is a food that is moving at a speed that they cannot ingest and make use of effectively. It's kind of like this, like if I bathed you guys with x-rays, you'd be like, Aurora, thank you so much. Like you're making me feel so well fed and well nourished. You would be like, no, Aurora, like you are like destroying my body and my cellular structure and possibly giving me cancer or something like that. Like it's not food for you. The X-rays are extremely high energy rays, or gamma rays, or some of these other extremely high energy rays that are actually not food for your physical body. Let me drink food for my physical body here. But how about beautiful natural sunlight, optical light and infrared light, light from a campfire? If I made a nice campfire for you on a chilly winter night, you'd be like, Aurora, like that feels so good, like feels so toasty and warm, and it feels beautiful. Or candlelight, or like I said, light from the sun. You'd be like, wow, this candlelight is so beautiful, or it feels so nice to be out on a nice sunny spring day where it's 65 degrees, not being incinerated with X-rays and gamma rays and super fast, so not super fast, super tiny high energy frequency waves. So that is what it is like for things that are not supposed to be in existence. When they're exposed to love, which is food for you and me. We're like, hooray, a beautiful, pleasant spring day. I'm being bathed in love. They're like, no, stop it, the love, it burns, because they're not in the right spot and they're not in the right shape. Get it? So they have been trying to sustain themselves with energy that is out of place while they themselves are malformed, not in the right shape. And actually, I call them aberrances, things that are not supposed to be in existence. They're not supposed to exist. And going to entropy is not a punishment. It is actually like going to paradise for them, because these puttis and their structures or dynamics might be a good way of putting it. We're going to get into the economy of hell. That's actually coming up next week, and I'm going to make it a standalone teaching for anyone who wants to be a part of it. You don't have to be a part of this class, formally enrolled. It can be for anybody to be able to learn about this. That's why I actually looked at my calendar. I'm like, I'm not ready to do that this week, so that's why I'm doing this teaching. But this is all precursor and getting you prepared for the economy of hell. Get ready, guys, because I get you ready all semester for this. The energy that is there, the things that are there, their desire to sustain themselves at the expense of life, the invention of death, so that they can maintain a semi-existence in a place where they actually shouldn't be. All of that is like a compensatory mode that is quite inadequate, that the real resolution is for them to go to entropy. And that is actually their ancient or primary, original motivation for their behavior, and that they somehow got distorted or reprogrammed or decided, oh wait, I don't want to, fast until, like to eschew food until I go into a state of non-being. I actually want food. Somehow they changed their mind along the way. It doesn't make sense to me, but somehow it happened. Again, you don't have to analyze every single footprint in order to clean it up. And so I bring this up also because for each one of you that are at your present level of development, you must begin with the focus on cleaning up the footprints that are within your own body form, your DNA of your particular individuated body. So of course, when you get to unity consciousness, you're like, I am my dog, and I'm that hawk in the sky, and I'm that daffodil, and I'm all of these different things that are there. And then you take responsibility for all of these levels of your basically take responsibility for the entire ecosystem. And yes, you clean and clear the entire ecosystem. But for now, focus on your own individuated consciousness within your own epidermis. And you say, this is me and my unique DNA code. And if there's stuff that is energy out of place, things, consciousnesses, residues, hitchhikers, ride-alongs, or any kind of thing that's not supposed to be there, I get to send it to entropy. And again, the entropy is the full removal of all of your energy that has been misappropriated and used to support their lives, not lives, existences, semi-existences, or consciousnesses, or cognitive events that should not be ongoing. And I will just affirm to you, it is totally within the appropriate amount of empowerment that you have as an individual in the world. Like, you don't need my permission. I simply remind you of this. You have permission to send these things that are within your DNA and within your individual chakra system to entropy. It is part of like your own individual house cleaning. And then also, as you begin to do this work of turning down the volume on all of the sounds that you don't like in your song of your DNA and returning to your true genetic code, you begin to expand and dilate your personality. And you begin to see, well, wait, my chakra is actually receiving energy from all of those chakras there. And my chakra is doing great, but that guy over there is swinging wildly out of control and he's destabilizing me. So then you start to be like, I'm going to have to do something to help that guy clear out his chakras too. And this is very much the levels of transformation that I've been through in this world as I came here flying rainbow lasagna in 2001, focusing on my own journey. I'm playing my own music, singing my own lasagna song. I'm Aurora, flying rainbow lasagna. And I'm like, okay, but like that guy over there is destabilizing my chakras. And that guy over there is destabilizing my chakras. That guy over there is dog poo on his bottom of his shoe. And he's tracking it all over the place. And then as I grew and evolved and became more capacitated, I recognized it's totally appropriate for me to turn down the volume on all of the signals that are music that is affecting me. You're not just swimming around in your own private kiddie pool. Let me do a quick screen share. So, because I actually have my music making software that's up right now. This is totally not a part of my notes, but let me just do a quick screen share in order to show you this is my music making software. Oh, no, stop. Hold on a second. I want to do this and then this. Good. Hold on. And every single one of these guys, like this light green section here, these all represent instruments. And then these blue sections represent different instruments. And then this dark green represents another instrument. And there's little volume controls. And as I press play, I don't know if Zoom will play this for you if you actually hear it. No, can I press play? So you can hopefully hear some of the music that's coming out. Let's say I don't like this sound. It's too loud. Turn it down. I turned that down. Let me turn another one down. This is too loud. And turn it down. Ooh, I turned it down. How about the drums? The drums are too loud. I'm going to turn them down too. That's too loud. I'm going to turn that down too. Got it? Can turn down any single track that I choose to turn down. Sorry, guys, just have to interrupt you for a moment because the master teacher has arrived. Oh, master teacher Cheeky decided to get up. It's a cold, rainy day, and so she's been just hanging out in bed and staying warm and cozy and toasty, and I encourage that. But I'm happy that I got a chance to, this is where I get my analogies from. In your DNA, you have many, many, many multiple different tracks or individuated instruments that are playing. These are characteristics. So your DNA is not just a descriptor for basic protein structures in your body. Like I have brown eyes, or I have non-attached earlobes. And that is definitely an expression of my DNA, but I also have certain characteristics, personality characteristics, ways of being, ways of walking in the world. And those are also aspects of my DNA. And each one of us gets to make very real choices. Like when I woke up this morning, I drink my coffee, I eat my breakfast bread, and I make choices about like, do I want to make this drum sound? Do I want to make this tambourine sound? Do I want to make this tambourine sound? Like, no, that sounds like crap. Turn that down. So I want you to know this is in your own DNA code. You get to be exactly like me and make choices. Get to make choices about which sounds you wish to exacerbate and lend energy to as you're playing the symphony of life, and which sounds you're like, like that sounds terrible, turn it down. Or also sometimes in a song, I only have a dash of that sound, because sometimes I might have a weird space sound, you know, like a sound effect type of thing, like ooh, you, and it's like you can't have that 10,000 times going on constantly in a song. You will get very annoyed by that. You have that in a song once, like a tiny dash of vanilla in your cake. You cannot put a gallon of vanilla extract in your cake, because you will eat it and you will say like, this tastes horrific because it's too much of a particular flavor. So you create a balance that is very harmonious in your foods and or spices. If you guys cook with spices or something like that, you're like, no, this is way too much cayenne, this is way too much cumin, this is way too much everything, I can't even taste anything. And you pare it down until it's just the essence of who you truly are, and everything is balanced and complementary. And that's the act of editing a song. So you figure out exactly how many times you want to have a weird space sound, usually once or twice, how much you want the kick drum to be. You guys know what a kick drum is. It goes like dun, dun, dun. You don't always want to start with that. Sometimes you start off with the flute. You're like, oh, beautiful flute, and it starts to get going. Then you're like, now the drum starts. You guys know how music works. You understand completely. So as I'm reading through this, I go into my, hold on, go into my notes, and I'm going to just talk about this a little bit more. Wait. I have to talk about all of this stuff, but I have it written in my notes from a long time ago. Genetic fatalism. So I did this presentation in 2015, and that's also coming out of when I started this class in roughly 2012 or 2013. Even at that time, humanity was still coming into a greater level of understanding, comprehension, and perception of what DNA actually is. It is not something that is determined, that will determine your existence. I say fated, like fatalism. That was how DNA was initially perceived. If you have the DNA code for a particular disease, it is presumed that you will necessarily develop and manifest that disease. But identical twins do not develop identical diseases. Now is when I give a hat tip to the work of Bruce Lipton, who's very worth looking into. He's not exactly like me. He has his own unique set of flavors. A former research scientist who began to look a lot into the science of epigenetics, meaning the code that rules the code. Why do some identical twins develop cancer when cancer is a genetic disease? It's not just the predisposition that resides within the potentialities of events in your code. It is the expression of that code through time. And part of it is diet, exercise, environment, and part of it is emotion and cognition, how you think and feel and eat and do in every other aspect of your life that involve choice and individuation. So yeah, identical twins start off with exactly the same book or papyrus scroll, but it is not exemplified in exactly the same way as they go through life. One can be fat, one can be thin, one can, run 10 miles, and one can have a sedentary life. Like, they are very, very unique. It is not just something that is written in your code. So now let me read more from my notes. Hold on a second, I'm scrolling my notes, because I have to talk to you about exactly what DNA is. Hold on a second. Okay. But wait, first I'm going to wrap it up on when you vibrate the flying rainbow lasagna, what is happening when you create the flying rainbow lasagna? What is happening is you are vibrating this torus shape in a higher dimensional context. This torus shape is literally made out of time, timelines, possibilities, and probabilities, and your DNA is a bridge of light that also represents time possibilities in your life, not merely protein structures. So what it means to vibrate the torus or the donut shape into a flying rainbow lasagna and achieve an additional degree of freedom. That is also math talk. So in math talk, when you achieve an additional degree of freedom, you gain another dimension, or gaining another dimension means gaining an additional degree of freedom. It means you can do more stuff. Like if you are a something that is stuck to the surface of a flat piece of paper or a flat leaf, like a little crawling insect, you can only do so many things. You can crawl like this, you can crawl like this, you can crawl like this, but you can't jump like this. But if you are the adult winged form, like a butterfly, you can not only jump off of the surface of the leaf, you can jump to another leaf. You can jump all around all these different leaves. And that is exactly what is happening to humanity. Humanity has been stuck to the flat plane of time for a very long amount of time. That is not the true natural nature of your being. The true nature of your being is to be non-linear. So you've been stuck to time and experiencing time in a linear fashion. First, I wake up and have breakfast. Then I slowly walk and I have lunch. Then I slowly walk and I have dinner. But you have not experienced the capacity to have a bite of breakfast and then jump directly to dinner and have a bite of dinner, then jump off of your leaf and jump to a completely different leaf, a completely different time context, and have a bite of dinner from 10,000 years ago or 10,000 years in the potentials of the future. And when you become flying rainbow lasagna, it is becoming the adult winged form where you are able to experience time in a non-linear fashion, jump around, take a bite of any lunch or dinner in any time, place. And what you're really doing is having access to a broader amount of genetic information than you would have had access to before. So this was recorded in 2017 when I did these notes, but it is still accurate to today. I wrote back then that humanity is under great duress, still under great duress, and the birth process has been a rather long experience, even longer, I think, than it was really intended for, by like the larger patterns of consciousness. It's this birth process. And what we're doing is giving birth to a new level of consciousness, this new non-linear adult, mature, I should say, the mature, expanded human level of consciousness, both as individuals and as a collective anthropomorphic human society. That its planetary consciousness structure and stellar network structures are all changing. So, you live in a world where stars are mortal and you are also mortal. Cells in your body are mortal. All these things can die. But as you achieve this mature form and you experience time in a very, very different non-linear fashion, you also abrogate the necessity of death, not just for you, but for everything. So you don't die. The cells of your body don't die. Microbes on your planet doesn't die. The planet doesn't die. The stars don't die. Nothing dies. It's very, very, very different level of reality. This also results in the combination of the inside and the outside, much like the Mobius strip. So in Flying Rainbow Lasagna, here's a little ant. I'm walking on what I define as the outside surface of this sculpture. Then, without lifting up my finger, I am now walking on the inside surface of this sculpture. Now I'm on the outside, now I'm on the inside, as opposed to the precursor, the torus form, where you have a very, very clearly defined outside here versus inside here. And these two realms are discrete, meaning they do not meet, they do not interact. A little ant walking on one surface in the previous paradigm would never interact with a little ant on the other surface. But when you fly in rainbow lasagna, what you are doing is half of the time superpositioning this here, half of the time superpositioning this here. And so there becomes an area of coincidence or an area of overlap. Like my Venn diagrams, area 1, area 2, and the two overlap. They have an area of overlap. And that area of overlap allows for the communication and interconnectivity of things that otherwise would not have been able to connect with one another. So what is special about being alive in the physicality presence? It's not like, oh, I have to go to the store and I have to buy coffee, or I have to buy, like mundane items. It's the sense that you live in a world where all of these vectors and forces and things that are in existence are able to interact, coincide and interact. Physicality stuff interacts in the physical realm, but also emotional energy interacts in the physical realm. Intellectual energy, heart energy, communication energy, insight energy, divine energy. All of these things interact in the physical realm. That is an incredible privilege, not a burden. Wonderful opportunity. So, but I recognize that people have looked at the physical realm as being merely the physical realm with a little bit of emotion and a little bit of intellect without really recognizing all of these other more subtle layers of energy. But please comprehend, the physical realm is a beautiful forum within which all of these different layers of subtle energy are able to manifest and interact and have communications that would not have been possible if you didn't have the physical realm. I called it in my description of the universe like a theater, not in the sense of sociopathically disassociating from the realness of reality and saying it's all just theater, but in the sense of saying it is the stage or the platform upon which these forces of both physical and extremely abstract subtle energy meet and interact. So the combination of the inside and the outside also relates to the combination of what would be determined to be purely spirit energy, or something that is purely consciousness or pure light energy, and matter. Matter is light that is slowed down. Matter is light that is slowed down and is moving at less than the speed of light. The glucose that is in my coffee that I just ate, or my food that I ate for lunch before I got into this class here, glucose is light that is slowed down or solidified, is turned into matter through the miracle of photosynthesis. My broccoli sprouts are a perfect example. I have miracles happening in my little closet grow room next door. Miracles are happening in my closet every day. Open the door and I look at my miracles. I'm talking about photosynthesis, that little tiny seeds grow into sprouts this big. They turn pure energy into matter. Along, you must also have water in order to make photosynthesis happen. And that this makes it possible for light to enter into being in the physical realm. I shouldn't say in the physical realm, because light is a physicality presence, but it is not something that we consider to be a material object according to our five senses, but we certainly perceive it. But let's say the abstraction of light, pure information, sentience, and consciousness event, that is what light is, that is moving at a very, very fast pace, has the privilege of being able to enter into matter and exist as physical formfulness. Hi, Lucy, good to see you. That is moving at a pace that is slower than the speed of light. And that's photosynthesis, which is a supernatural unlikelihood that literally sustains our existence and all life in this ecosystem that is here. Light into matter and matter into light. So Einstein gave us some beautiful equations, and I'm not down on Einstein, but that was an outfit that was in style and appropriate in the early 1900s. And we have definitely upgraded our wardrobe since then. He gave us an equation that balanced energy on one side of the equation with matter on the other. Energy equals mc squared, matter times the speed of light squared. And these two things are like a seesaw that must balance out in the equation. What happens if you put both things on the same side of the equation? Then it would be very, very heavy. In order to balance, that was a lot of stuff. That's a ton of energy that's right there. And if you do that, what could you put on the other side of that equation to balance it out? The answer has to be infinity. Like you're pretty much putting everything on this side of the scales, and it goes way, way, way down. What do you put over here to balance that out? The answer is infinity. Infinity, the singularity, the zeroth dimension. That is what flying rainbow lasagna is. It is the combination of spirit or pure energy and matter, in the sense that it words fail. I want to say creates infinity, and I can't say that. This is not accurate. Resolves the duality between spirit and matter, makes connective bridges between realms that were formerly discrete realms, and brings together spirit and matter into a new form of formfulness that in our class here, we have jokingly called smatter, like spirit matter. That is matter that responds directly to thought. And this is different than what we have experienced in the past, where you have had objective materialism that says matter is matter. Hey kid, I'm chomping the cigar. Hey kid, matter is matter. That floor ain't gonna clean itself just because you think about it, right? You have to actually do something in order, with physicality presence, to affect the physical forms of matter. But when we start to get into the world where spirit and matter, or pure energy, pure light, information, and matter are combined, and there's no conflict, what you end up having is matter that responds directly to thought or cognitive events. And then matter responds to your thoughts about matter. You are not only externalizing your internal realm, the inside becoming the outside and the outside becoming the inside, you are also in a new world of matter that is not inert and unresponsive, but instead is now alive and responsive, and immediately responsive to your thought forms and your cognitive processes. So you guys have all been here for a long time, and you've all been experiencing this as it's been ramping up, because sometimes you think about something and it seems to appear or disappear out of reality. Like, where are my glasses? Where are my car keys? I thought they were here 1 minute ago. I literally just saw them there. Did they jump out of reality? And everybody jokes about like the socks that go out of your dryer. There's an interdimensional portal, a singularity in your dryer, and the one sock jumps out of that, portal. Doesn't end up in the end of the laundry load. And how do all these things happen? Well, the real answer is attention and cognitive events. You are really creating those socks with your mind. And that at this point in our levels of collective, social, and individual development, we're beginning to recognize that our minds are creating matter. And sometimes if we are not attentive to something, we lose something, because we didn't uphold that matter with our mind. And then also, similarly, sometimes we spontaneously create or generate something that we needed, make matter with our minds. And in this class, we've had some beautiful anecdotes shared. I have shared my anecdotes of manifesting tiny screws that I needed for a particular project, and the statistical unlikelihood of having a tiny screw in the giant craft bucket where I throw everything, not a bucket, actually, it was like a little kind of like a like a work bin, whatever you call it. Throw all my tools in the tool bin. Everything's in there. And I'm like, okay, I'm working on this thing. And all I need is a tiny screw of exactly this size. Do I have one? I don't know. But let's reach into the giant bucket of tools and fish around and see if there's something in there. And then I come up with exactly the tiny screw that I need. First try. That the statistical unlikelihood of that is astronomical. It's as astronomical as, conceiving a child and having live birth and any of these things. And that happens all the time, but still people take it for granted. I mean, it happens, like squirrels have 12 babies at once, but it's still a miracle for that to happen. And people have talked about manifesting their cups of coffee, their pounds of coffee, a wheelbarrow when you need it. These seem like mundane inconsequentialities, but they're actually very powerful stories that speak to the implanted gatekeeper known as the human operating system that has told us, hey kid, matter is matter, that floor ain't going to clean itself. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Get out there and get a job and get your head out of the clouds, right? But now we're in a different world. All of those things that I joke about were very much about like the previous generation when matter did not respond to your mind. And yes, go out there and get a job, kid, because that floor ain't going to clean itself. But now we live in a very different world where matter does respond to your mind. That is the birth of the flying rainbow lasagna. That is the birth of the new level of reality that we have been laboring to deliver, that has been impeded in large part by this ongoing push towards transhumanism, the millimeter waves and many other things that impede the natural consciousness of your true mind and your true insight, because none of this happens at the level of yellow intellect, ego stuff. All of this happens at the level of highest consciousness. We call it super consciousness, supra consciousness, Christ consciousness, crown consciousness, stellar, pure light consciousness, that light becomes matter, and that trees and plants and broccoli sprouts are virtuosos of doing this. They're like, I'm going to today, you know what? I'm waking up in the morning. I'm a broccoli sprout. I'm waking up in the morning. You know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to take some light and turn it into matter. And that trees are doing that too. And be like, what if you could do that? So a lot of humans are coming out of the slavery system. They're like, I'm going to make gold. I'm going to think about gold, and I'm going to make gold. I'm going to make, gold out of nothing. And then I'm going to sell it at the pawn shop and get $5. But we do much more than that. And that's what the story of the tiny screws are. And it's not just about commodification. It is not just about manifesting mundane objects. These are about manifesting the right notes in the divine composition, so that you can continue to conform to the activities and other experiences that are in the flow of divine willpower. It was in the flow of divine willpower for me to do that project that needed the tiny screw. It was in the flow of divine willpower for my friend to manifest that wheelbarrow, because she needed to move some stuff in the garden and needed the wheelbarrow in order to do so. And everyone else that needed those cups of coffee, it was similarly required. The coffee was required to be in the direct flow of divine energy. So please understand that, like the things that I do with Flying Rainbow Lasagna, when I do them, I'm in a non-ego state. I am conforming to these higher dimensional math patterns, and that they might seem to be small or inconsequential. They're not as small or inconsequential, because every little thing is like the tiniest little note, tiniest little thing that is being done as part of a much, much larger symphony where all of these stories interweave together. So no longer the ego as a boundary analogous to the cell membrane. That's my joke, my tough guy voice. I'm a one-celled organism. I'm looking out for number one. I'm a one-celled organism. I don't care about anyone else. And that one-celled organism has a very limited viewpoint that says everything inside this membrane is different than everything outside of this membrane. And I only care about everything that's inside this membrane, which is me, 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 me. But when you begin to expand and dilate your consciousness, you're like, oh, I care about this membrane. I care about me. I care about everything that's inside of this membrane, but I also care about my extracellular fluid, what I'm swimming around in, everyone else that's out there, to all of these other cells, because it turns out I'm part of a much, much larger body. And then what you recognize is what science thought was the Big Bang and then the expanding time bubble of one universe is one cell in a much, much larger time body. And you don't just care about your little universe or think that you are swimming around in your own private kiddie pool. You recognize the profound, interconnectivity. Hold on a moment. You continue to resume. Profound interconnectivity of all of these different discrete cells that are universes that it turns out are part of the much, much larger time body, that are co-responsible to the larger time animal. And this absolutely relates to you as an experiencer of time. So then when you get to that point, then time becomes a community event. And it is not acceptable for someone else. Like if you have a community park, it is not acceptable for someone else to throw trash in the park because it affects everyone. And it is not acceptable if you have a front yard, if your neighbors throw trash into your front yard, nor is it acceptable if your neighbor has a big, giant, stinking pile of manure in their front yard. And it's technically it's in their yard, but you are getting all of the stinky doo-doo smell in your yard too. You're like, clean up your giant manure pile because I'm smelling it over here. So you start to recognize that things that happen in one universe, in one time bubble, that where there's a stinky pile of manure, that you can be smelling it in another universe. And that this then becomes responsibility across, that is dilated across much, much larger areas of time. Before you begin to be like, like that, I want to just reaffirm to you, begin with taking care of your own individuality, your own DNA, your own body, and your own connection to time. And then as you gain greater levels of capacitation and greater levels of perception, you also will take on greater levels of responsibility towards the totality state. So you're not required in the early levels of your development to be like, I'm responsible for everything. It's too much. It's too much. And I also talk about the necessity of receiving this information in the correct order, not out of order, because otherwise it's like, above your reading level. Begin with the books and the comprehension that is at your reading level, grow your vocabulary, get better at what you're able to do, and then read War and Peace. So taking responsibility for every time bubble everywhere is like college level reading. Please just allow yourself to develop in your self-education with the cosmos until you get to that level where you are able to perceive and read time and positively affect it, okay? So you begin with the improvement of your own body form, the rectification of events in your own life and in your own lineage, because you were born into your body and your connection to biology and DNA non-randomly. And then you heal and fix your family dynamic and ancestral connection and your community, which is like literally if your neighbor has a stinky pile of manure, you're going to have to deal with that dynamic. And then you move to a larger, continually dilating level of responsibility, because then you start to see the entire ecosystem is connected. And that, let's say someone, whatever, across the world in Indonesia has a stinky pile of manure. You're like, they're far away, they are, but it all ends up affecting you. So then at a certain point, you are responsible and capacitated to be able to positively affect the entirety of time. So that is not the full dissolving of the boundary of the ego, because I want you to know that the Flying Rainbow Lasagna brings together formerly discrete realms, the inside and the outside, but not a total dissolution of boundaries. And it does not happen in random patterns. This happens in non-random patterns. So it's not like, because here's how evolution goes with the cells. First, you just have mycoplasma. It's just a bunch of biological goo with no cell membrane, and everything is kind of just like swimming around together. Then you have individuation, the cell membrane. Hooray, you have the cell membrane. And that means you have cell metabolism, the inside and the outside, intracellular fluid and extracellular fluid. Then you have multicellular organisms, where you're like, I'm not just looking out for number one, I'm looking out for the trillions of us that all work together in one organism. And then you have Flying Rainbow Lasagna, which is the selective dissolution of boundaries, so that these formerly discrete realms come together, but not just a total erasure of all cell membranes, which would be a de-evolution back to mycoplasma. We're not just talking about that. We're talking about selective, patterned connectivity, so that these things are able to come together in the right way and at the right time. That is sustaining of the entirety presence. You're all working together. That's the idea. Sharing a common objective. So I say this all the time, you are not just swimming around in your own private kiddie pool of thoughts and the tendril of attention, which is used to attenuate or reach out. Now is a good break in my notes and a good time for me to speak to Pedro's question, where he writes, is there an exercise to strengthen our tendril of attention? Absolutely. And I would also say first, it is necessary to become aware of it, because the tendril of attention is something that you have that is innate to you. When you were a little child, you're like staring out the window and thinking about the tree and the butterfly, and the teacher would be like, class, pay attention. And that means don't have your tendril go out the window, swing it around to me and what I'm writing on the blackboard over here. So your tendril of attention is literally anything that you're thinking about or focusing upon, that you've definitely had this equipment your whole entire life, but it might have been something that you weren't consciously aware of or consciously in control of. And there have been many different hijackings. TV definitely hijacks the tendril of attention, because I don't even watch TV, but sometimes it might be on in the room next door where I'm like, whatever, cooking some dinner or whatever, but I hear the TV is on and my tendril of attention starts to attenuate to whatever story that they're talking about. Because it also, Charlie B told me this, TVs are meant to release an irritant frequency that you attenuate to, specifically so that you pay attention to them, because you're kind of like, what's that smell? What am I smelling? Like something is going on over there. So yeah, because it's almost always bad stories on the news that I start to hear. And then I'm like, do I need to know about this? What's going on over there? Like 40 people died in a plane crash. What's going on? Yeah. So the tendril of attention is influenced and sometimes hijacked by technology itself. So in this time place, it requires a great deal of focus to reclaim and retrain the tendril so that it focuses on the things that we want to focus on, not on anything that is prompted by either a technology, or let's also talk about advertising as a hijacking of the tendril of attention. It's not that bad where I live. There are not that many billboards, but when I drive through a city, I'm like, trying to focus on the road, trying to focus on that. And then there's a billboard that's like, drink margaritas, and my tendril of attention focuses on that. They are specifically placed there to be able to sell things to you, or pop-up ads on the computer might be a better analogy, because anytime you're reading an article, it's like, okay, I'm reading about this important stuff, pop-up ad, like, do you want to lose weight now? And it's like, that is trying to hijack your tendril of attention. And then you have to be like, no, like, get out of there. Now, where was I? What was I doing? That is all energy exercise at trying to get back to the purity of the behavior of your tendril of attention. In a pristine system, in a natural world with no technology, which is what I advocate for, your tendril of attention can just go where you're most interested. You can just it's just like you wouldn't have to wear clothing. You could just be like, the breeze feels wonderful, and I just walk around any place, and there's no broken glass, and there's no dog poop, and you can walk around barefoot. But we live in a world where there's tons of obstacles and gross stuff that you want to wear shoes and avoid, mishaps. And also it might be cold and you want to wear clothing. And also there's all this technological interference trying to hijack your attention. So you have to protect yourself. And so I find myself attenuating to the news, and I'm like, don't tune into the whatever train wrecks, car wrecks, and fear, propaganda and all sorts of stuff like that. Don't tune into that stuff. And all of the other things that are distractions and that are like junk food for the mind, and to focus on the things that I truly wish to focus on. So yeah, in a perfect, pristine world, like I don't know if you've ever done just cloud gazing, where you're just kind of like on a beautiful springtime day, sitting in the grass, looking up at a blue sky with puffy white clouds, and you just kind of let your mind go dreamy, like, wow, look at that cloud, and then look at that cloud, and I think about this, and I think about that. Like, that's what our life is supposed to be like. But that is a very rare circumstance right now because of all this technological stuff. So it's essential to be very focused with what you're doing with your attention, because there is a truism. It's kind of, kind of an Instagram truism, but where attention goes, energy flows. And that is actually truthful. And, I want to say like a pat saying when I say Instagram ready slogan. It's a very pat saying, but it's why, although I need to acknowledge and talk about interlopers and non-healthy energy presences in this class, so that we can respond to them as responsive galactic citizens and adults. Can't live in denial. But I don't want to spend an undue amount of time always focusing our tendrils of attention on that, because that will make that energy flow towards those things, and we will be tasting tiny amounts of those things. I want to talk about flying rainbow lasagna, and I want to talk about the pristine architecture world, and I want to paint these paintings and make my artistic compositions of music as well structured as possible, so that we can attenuate to the true mind of Christ, the truth of God, true divine willpower, and true divine intelligence. Because all of that, when you attenuate to those perfect divine patterns, that is how you live forever. You focus on the right patterns, you eat the right mental ideas, you ingest the right ideas with your fatty idea catcher, and it makes you be propelled through time in positive directions, not hitting the membrane of death. Pedro says, new ads get to me, but once I see them, I add them to my ignore list, and I ignore especially, he says, the ones I feel that are trying to manipulate me. Totally. So then all of us, we have an attention filter. And that's also part of what we develop in the world. Attention filter, when it is conscious, is what you're talking about. You're like, yep, I already saw that ad. I'm bored, not going to pay attention to it. So there's something in novelty that we pay attention to things that are new or unusual or out of place. But we also have attention filters in the sense of filtering out extraneous data from what is considered to be the most salient information for our purposes and our survival here in this world. So if you go to a party or a business meeting or whatever, and then you walk out of it and ask, like, what color was that guy's socks? Like, I remember, like, I don't know what color was his socks. Like, I was busy talking to him about whatever, the proposed, business merger. That's what really matters, not the color of his socks. So you probably saw what color his socks or his tie was, but you just didn't register it. It didn't make it past the attention filter because your brain is like, irrelevant. Don't bother to even put that into your random access memory to save it, even short-term memory. Don't even save it temporarily. Not worth it, not worth focusing on, as opposed to the real purposefulness of whatever you are doing in the world. So when you speed up your chakras super, super fast, get to light speed, you will then have the processing power to be able to perceive and process all information. You won't have to have this attention filter on, and you will literally be able to perceive the totality of all information, the fire hose of data, and not have to block some of it out just so that, you can function and you're not getting your brains fried. But that's, still like on the journey. So some information filtering can be effective and appropriate, but also a lot of it is, making do response. Compensatory mode is what I'm looking for. Compensatory mode in a world where people need to have access to more of their own processing power. So finally, to wrap this answer up, the questions about attention and attenuation. Yes, there are things that you can do in order to increase your attention. I don't know if it's like strengthening in a muscle, but I definitely find, like, if the outside reflects the inside. So in my personal space, in my home, if my rooms are disarranged, I find it very difficult to pay attention, because I'm like, oh, I have to do this thing over here, but I have to do this thing over here and this thing over here. And then there's piles. I have to clean up these dishes. Dirty laundry needs to be folded. All these different things that need to happen. So literally cleaning, clearing, and rearranging your space, your physical, mundane objects, is a big part of creating spaces that foster attention. Get it? Like, if you want to study, like, clean your desk. Clean your desk. It's very, very hard to study at a cluttered desk. Very, very hard for me to paint my paintings when there's a lot of stuff in my visual field. And also auditory stuff. I find it very, very difficult to focus when there's a lot of different voices talking to me. I also find it very, very difficult for me to focus my tendril of attention when I have to do too many tasks at once. I do have a brain injury. Some of this is brain injury stuff, but I also relate to some people that tell me that's not just you with brain injury. Everybody finds it difficult. So everybody might find it very difficult. Cocktail party or something like that, where there's 10 million people in a room and everybody's talking, and you're trying to have a conversation with someone, and you're like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not stupid. I can't have a conversation with you right now. This is like, there's too many signals, making it incredibly difficult to focus on one thing. So things that you can do to foster greater levels of focus of your attention are reducing noise to signal ratio, so that way you don't have so many noises and other things that are not relevant to what you actually want to be doing. And then definitely meditation is a type of focus. For me, sitting without doing something is actually very challenging. I'm a very active person. So I have it on camera right now. Like I have like a little kind of isometric pulley system. I focus very well with my tendril of attention when I'm doing something with my body. So like working out at the gym, going for a walk, doing any of these things, something that puts your body into like a repetitive rhythmic motion, doing my thing, doing my thing, doing my thing. And then once I kind of just like have that algorithm going of like just chugging with my body, then it kind of frees up my attention to be like, okay, now that I'm doing that, I can kind of focus my attention on this other stuff that I want to be focusing on. So that is like, I'm much more of an active meditator, riding a bicycle, any of these things. Yeah, or also I like to listen to music for focus. I like to listen to things that don't have words, because words are distracting to me in terms of my attention. So I make a lot of instrumentals, and I use a lot of instrumentals during the time that I'm painting, doing project, or doing something else. And I find that it definitely helps my mind. Like my mind is focusing on the music and my attention is able to focus on whatever I want to focus on. And then I'm able to focus on, you know, the trees, the path of light, the sun, the stars, and other things like that. So let me read more about the attention. What we are reaching out and placing our tendril of attention on, we are literally connecting to. The vibrating strings of your DNA are affecting, through sympathetic vibration, the vibrating strings of other people and organisms, their DNA. This is all about interdimensional ethics. You're not in your own private kiddie pool. So a big thing is the lesson of the red chakra. If you're a good person, you might sometimes wonder, like, am I allowed to do this? Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to do this? Am I allowed to do that? I hereby remind you that you are here. You passed the audition. You are allowed to be here. That's the I am presence of the red chakra. It simply states, I'm in existence, and I'm allowed to be here. And that's a big thing to be able to claim that. And it is red chakra, root chakra stuff. Root chakra is not just bad survival stuff. It's also like, I'm allowed to have stuff. You're allowed to have stuff. You're allowed to have a place to live, clothing, a place to put your clothing, food, a place to put your food and cook your food and clean up after your food and poop your food out in the toilet. Like, you're allowed to exist. You're allowed to be here. You're allowed to have stuff. So I talk about this in the notes. Even getting a body and being here is an audition process. And if you are here, please applaud yourself. Good job. You passed the audition. There are questions that might arise, like, are you even worthy of being in a physical reality and having the experience? Because I talked about this already. The physical reality is one of the very few special places where all of the different divergent levels of consciousness and energy that are moving at different rates and different densities and different particles and vectors and forces can all interact. So it's actually a huge privilege to be here, just like actors on a physical stage. We did matter and the root word mother, and consciousness is what is inside of your own skull or your own epidermis. But our consciousness is also a collective, or a continuum is a better way of saying it. And we as a human society, what we as a human society are thinking about, what you're thinking about affects others, and what others are thinking affects you. So interdimensional ethics has to do with that. The sense that you're alive, you're in a body, you pass the audition, you're allowed to be here. And what you think emanates outward and affects others, but others also affect you. So this is really my purpose for being here as Flying Rainbow Lasagna, because I could have Flying Rainbow Lasagna and just been like, okay, see ya. Like, I'm out of here. Like, enjoy your challenges down there. And I'm like, nope, I'm actually going to be here in the physical realm with physical real estate, emanating my own song or my own mental energies, knowing that I'm affecting other people. And not only do I emanate my mind, but my mind has a great deal of coherence. I'm a loud thinker. Like, you get it? Loud. Like my thought forms have coherence, they stick together and they travel far. And that is part of my reason for being here. And also it's just like having a loud, natural voice as an opera singer, that you're like, yes, I can naturally sing so loud that I shatter glass. Like, I don't actually need to have a microphone. And then you also take responsibility for what you're doing. You're like, okay, I'm not going to shatter glass. I'm not going to sing too loud for everyone around me. Or I will sing tones and frequencies that are complementary and amenable to those around me. But I am allowed to express myself. And that's what I've been living the truth of for quite a long time here in the earthly realm. And I will also just say, like, in the past 3 years, I'm here for about like 18 or 19 years, just doing my thing, just living my life, being flying rainbow lasagna, singing my inner genetic song. And then I got a lot of attacks that were targeted attacks. They're like, we don't like that song, shut up, stop singing. And as soon as that happens, then it's totally appropriate for you to respond and to defend yourself and to say, I, red chakra, have a right to exist. And I'm allowed to be here, and I'm allowed to sing my song. And no one else has the right to be able to either stop me from being alive or stop me from singing my genetic song, definitely not for their own personal convenience. So the idea of interdimensional ethics means that you recognize you're affecting the world around you, even as you are affected by the world around you, and you send out appropriate ideas, energy, and information. So I'm sending out rectification waves. So the guys that are like, hey, we don't like your song, they're like, stop rectifying time. We don't like that you're fixing things. We like to make muddy footprints and poop things up. And I'm like, I am singing the song of rectification and cleaning things up. And they're like, we don't like you. We're going to directly intervene and try to stop you. And at that point, if someone does that to you, you don't have to just be like, okay, I'm just going to keep on singing my own song. Like, you could definitely respond. That do you understand? Like, initially you begin and you say, like, I'm just singing my own song. And if someone else doesn't like it and they come and try to, like, whatever, like turn off your voice, you're allowed to stop them from doing that. Because so I'm trying to say, you don't have to accept being attacked or assaulted. You set a boundary. This is boundary stuff. This is also red chakra stuff. Red chakra stuff says, I am me and I'm allowed to exist. And these other things are like, I wanted this and that. You say, I am me and I'm allowed to exist, and you aren't allowed to stop me. And so these are difficult concepts to express with words, because it does tend to become diluted through the squashing nature of verbalization. But when you perceive on the level of pure insight, you perceive the rightness of a circumstance, an activity, or what is going on, whether it is upheld by cosmic law or whether it's not upheld by cosmic law. And again, you don't need someone posturing in a powdery wig in order to say, I declare Aurora the winner, or I declare someone else the winner, and Aurora is not allowed to sing the Flying Rainbow Lasagna song. It doesn't work like that. It absolutely works on a level of pure energy and pure existence, about whether you are or are not allowed to do something. And literally that exemplifies the entire battle that your planet is facing right now in terms of other species, organisms, or somethingnesses that want to come along and say, hey, I don't like what you're doing. I declare you not to be allowed to do that. Do you understand? Like, there are many inappropriatenesses that have been happening that should not be happening in terms of something else claiming the capacitation to determine whether or not something else has the right to exist, or whether or not something else has the right to be able to have its own frequency or to emit it. And if I'm singing and I'm emitting a frequency that is personally inconvenient to another organism or organization, it should move away from me. That is what should happen. So it's not right for it to say, hey, kid, I don't like your face, shut up. It should say, hey, kid, I don't like your face, I'm getting out of here. That's what it's supposed to do, according to the brochure. So still in negotiations about those. But I'm going to read these comments while it's still relevant so that I don't move past them too much. Melissa says, oh, wait. Anne was talking about this in terms of attention. She says, that is difficult. I have many people who don't have good thoughts about me, overcoming the good girl syndrome. Oh, actually, I'm not sure what that was in response to, but I absolutely agree. So yeah, something, we're talking about that, the I am presence in the good girl syndrome, because I relate to that very much. I'm a righteous person, I'm a virtuous person, I'm a good girl, and I want to play the right music in the world. So these can be, any superpower can also be a vulnerability of something else that comes along and it says, oh, you're not being good by what you're doing. You better be a total doormat and let everybody else walk on top of you. And that actually is not being good, quote unquote, in terms of the larger cosmic fabric of reality presence. What is good is when you have very clear boundaries and you exert your existence appropriately because you have a right to exist. But what is also good is, please listen, really internalize this, everybody. Energy needs to seek its own levels. This is stratification. So energy that is at the level of, like pure brutality shall seek its own level. And energy that is at the level of a sumptuous opera singer that is following all of the rules of the cosmos, the beautiful design, mathematical perfection of the world shall seek its own level. That there's again, if you emit a frequency that something doesn't like, it should move away from you, as opposed to saying, hey, I'm bigger or stronger, or you're just inconvenient to me and I'm going to stop you from doing what you're doing. So for some people, just like it's not a one-size-fits-all fitness class, some people need to get more slender because they're overweight. And some people are too skinny and they need more muscle mass. They need to eat more and exercise more to gain more muscle. So some people that have the good girl or good boy syndrome, they need to be told, you're allowed to take up space and you're allowed to be here and you're allowed to sing and you're allowed to do your own thing. And some people are just a-holes. And they are far overreaching what they are inappropriately overreaching or narcissistic in what they do, thinking, hey, me, and F all of you. And they need to be told, no, dial it back. You're not allowed to do that. And that also relates to larger organisms, organizations, and groups, especially as it relates to the present circumstances on Earth. You're actually a beautiful, peaceful planet. You're actually a beautiful, peaceful planet that's been invaded by a bunch of warlike a-holes. Get ready for lesson 18. And that it's essential to set up boundaries against those types of consciousnesses who are basically narcissistic exploiters of others, and that they look at a partial reading of cosmic law as to what is convenient to them and try to work the system. They're like hackers and gamers that try to work the system and do what's convenient for them. And then they also really don't like it when you require a consistent application of rules to all applicants or participants. Be like, what's good for me is not good for you. Like, what I do it this way, but you don't do it this way. You understand? Like everyone, I think you know what I'm talking about in terms of exopolitics and technology using organizations or space races that are like, I will do what I want. I will invade your planet. I will do what I want. And believe me, if you gained the power to then, turn the tables and invade them, they'd be like, stop, help me. Somebody's invading me. Poor me. Be like, you just invaded someone else. Like, now I'm invading you. They'd be like, stop it. It's okay when I do it to you, but it's not okay when you do it to me. You get it? And they would stand there with their bloody nose and be like, poor me, like I'm a victim. Somebody punched me in the nose. Like you just invaded the whole planet. You deserve to be punched in the nose. And the punching in the nose is like a setting of boundaries that is appropriate. So again, when I speak these things, may my work never be cherry picked or taken out of context because someone's going to punch someone in the nose and be like, Aurora said it was okay. I'm setting a boundary. But all of this is contextually relevant. And what you have to do is be able to see with your true insight and be guided by God as to what is true cosmic law and what is truly appropriate in each situation. Yeah, so please do not justify harm, violence, and certain activities with my words, even though I'm very, very big encouraging everyone not to be a martyr and not to be a cosmic doormat. And that is definitely not what it is to be in Christ. When you are in Christ, you are definitely setting healthy boundaries, maintaining healthy boundaries, following cosmic law. A huge part of cosmic law is what you send out comes back to you. If these invaders and those who do not respect boundaries and who are violators is a good word, violators, because it could be raping, it could be stealing. It basically is doing something against someone that you're not supposed to do, because the golden rule is really unity consciousness, and what you're doing to yourself. Some people are like, oh, you're me? Good. I can take everything from you because you're me. Like they would do that. But then you have to recognize that another part of cosmic law is what you send out comes back to you. So their desire to violate others would result in themselves being violated and diminished by their intention to violate others. Melissa says to sing frequencies into this reality that nullify unwanted frequencies is very badass. Thank you for that. And that is really the ultimate of what we do in this world, the ultimate response in this world. If there are frequencies that are bad music, to create a rectification, rebalancing, so that that bad music is no longer creating bad music, but instead is nullified. So here's how I do the visual math. I'm heading into the end of class, which is why I'm not going to just get the whiteboard and show you with pictures. an arc up here like this, like half a circle like this, and half a circle like this, if you add them together, they neutralize to 0. Here is +1, here is -1. +1 plus -1 equals 0, equals neutrality. So when there are these harmful frequencies that are millimeter waves, or negative thought entities, or emotional disturbances, or fragmented consciousnesses that are in the environment, the ultimate in being able to respond to them as a galactic mature citizen is to be able to create the patterning that would be the antithesis that would neutralize them, so that those harmful waves no longer created harm or imbalances in the world. Please take that one, like tuck it inside of you. Keep that one as a deeply held seed that will germinate, so that when you gain your greater levels of Christ capacitation, you're like, oh, like this is what I can do as Christ. Exactly. And it is not necessarily the same as light versus dark and the battle of the ages, WrestleMania. It's not like that. It is not the endless struggling. It is +1 plus -1 neutralizes out to nothingness, and then you don't have this crapola going on. So that's the type of thing that you do in order to be able to clear out chemtrails, clear out the millimeter waves, clear out any frequencies that cause cancer, disease, harm in the body, or even neutralize thought waves that are from these negative thought entities and unwelcome, unhealthy presences in the world. That is what you are capacitated to do with your greater levels of responsibility, and not only capacitated, but ordained and mandated, because when you are at those levels of Christ, you recognize, I'm not just looking out for number one, I'm responsible for and responsive to the entire ecosystem of consciousness and light and time that I'm submerged within, and I protect the innocent, and I protect those who are still in levels of development that cannot protect themselves, so that they may develop. You get it? You are like an older, wiser version, and you protect like the newly hatched or baby sea turtles that are still trying to hatch out of their eggs. Totally appropriate, because it is the reptilian, I'm looking out for number one, that says, oh, me, I've achieved ascension. To see ya. I want to say like, bitches, like, see ya, bitches, get out of here. I didn't want to be like so mean by saying that, so please just erase that out. But you know what I mean, like, losers, I'm out of here, I'm ascended, but you're still down in the poops. No, actually, it is not like that at all. And that actually, you know, I'm being very silly and facetious. It's also been a long class. I'm going to start singing show tunes, but that is also part of what made me motivated to do Flying Rainbow Lasagna, because you don't just look at the world swirling down the toilet and be like, ho hum, the world is swirling down the toilet, it doesn't affect me. You're like, that absolutely, the world is swirling down the time toilet, it absolutely affects you. You're like, this is not okay, I need to do something now. And that literally is the spontaneity that made me do Flying Rainbow Lasagna, and says, do no harm, quote unquote. This is a big phrase. I've heard this before. Even to allow any harm to come to yourself. Yes, exactly. This has not been so easy for me. Speaking up and holding frequency is challenging. So I'm very, very happy that you know yourself, and like, you know, your own spiritual weightlifting of what you need to be able to do. Setting boundaries is divine. And I'll also tell you that, like, negative thought entities, pooties, demons, whatever we would like to call them, they hate it when you set a boundary. They're like, stop setting boundaries. Like, we want easy victims. We want easy martyrs, and we don't want you to set boundaries. And that also can relate to, so there's two different teachings here. One is for like the non-physical, never beens, presences that are pooties that live on the membrane of death, pixelated, you know, thought consciousnesses that are not, they don't have like a formfulness. But then also there are those who are embodied creatures with souls, that we walk around and interact with them every day, and they are foolish or distorted, or they need to learn a lot, but they still like have souls. And so you can't discard them in certain ways. But still they might be narcissists, and it's absolutely essential to set boundaries with them too, because they are just like at the very beginning of learning down here. They need to seek their own stratum, and their stratum is still in the level of exploitation. Like, I'm going to exploit others. I'm going to exploit others. You have to set boundaries on them, because if you're at these levels up here where you're like, I'm moving towards unity consciousness and I'm going to share with everyone, they're like, yeah, you're going to share with me. I'm going to drain your bank account. I'm going to drain your physical bank account. I'm going to eat all the food in your fridge. I'm going to drain your energetic bank account. See ya, losers. Do you understand? Like, you can't have that. And I see this all the time. Like, there's crystal meth addicts that are in the park in my town now. It's very, very distressing. They shouldn't be there. We need to set a boundary not to have them be there. But also they're like, hey man, can I have $5? I'm like, no, you can't have $5. Like, I have $5. I'm not giving them $5. Give $5 to the diaper bank so that people can have Pampers for their child. I'm not going to give $5 to someone so they can feed their addiction, which, by the way, is a negative thought entity and a putti. So it is all related, but absolutely appropriate to set a boundary about what you want to feed and what you don't want to feed. So if you're busy being a good girl or a good boy, virtuous, moving towards unity consciousness, please never allow that to be a tool for manipulation for others to handle you. To be like, I thought you were generous. I thought you were a Christian. How come you're not giving me $5? And the answer is like, because you're an addict and you're going to spend it on crystal meth. And I don't think that's a good way for me to spend the resources that I have here in this time, place. And even if I had 10 million bucks, I wouldn't give that guy $5. I would give him an opportunity to go to rehab. And even if I have an unlimited amount of physical money, dollars or euros in this world, I still have however many hours in the day. Do you understand that how you apportion your time also relates to narcissists or those who are exploiters in the physicality realm and also in the non-physicality realm? So in the non-physicality realm, they're like, antichrists are like this. They're like, I'm not letting you focus on what you want to focus on, the basketball distraction team, right? And keeping you away from your true Christ of insight. In the physicality realm, you might talk with people who are really self-centered or really down or really in addiction. And they're like, can I just talk with you for 10 hours and take all your emotional energy? And a certain point, you have to be like, no, like, I have to set a boundary. No, like, I'm here to help people, but no, because also you need time for you and you need to recharge your batteries and you need to spend your emotional energy in ways that are positive and not draining. So these are life lessons that, when I have to put them into words, can be stolen, misappropriated, or misperceived. But when you see them in pure insight, you know the truth of what I'm saying. So if you're ever vacillating, you're not sure, go to pure insight and be like, should I spend 10 hours talking with this person who's going to drain my life force energy? Or should I just spend 10 minutes talking with them and then say, now I have to set a boundary and, blah, blah, blah. Because I see this all the time. Whatever. I've got a neighbor. They're very well-meaning, but they've always got this person who, comes over like to suck their life force energy. And I hear these conversations. Sometimes I go over there, I'm like, is everything okay over here? I want to give them the opportunity to set a boundary, but they're still learning that. So they definitely need to learn, like, yeah, sometimes you don't have to be a good girl and you get to set a boundary. Even if it is inconvenient to the other person, be they an embodied narcissist or a non-embodied demonic presence, because the demons are always going to be like, let me eat your soul. And I'm going to be like, no, you can't. Pedro says there's a saying in Spanish. Pardon me while I mangle the pronunciation. Lo cortés no quita lo valiente. Please tell me if I did that right. Means being polite doesn't take away being brave. Very well said. Very poetic. And I think that is apt. Yeah. Very beautifully well said. And setting boundaries can also be, done with social grace. It's been lovely talking with you, narcissistic energy drain, but I really have to go now. Totally appropriate. And Pedro also says, hit them with unconditional love. Okay, don't hit them, but flood them. Yeah. And so, because also, this is big, and I'm very positive that I've read these things on social media. More and more light workers waking up to this, the love and light brigade waking up to this. They're like, something, we've been dealing with these demons, we've been dealing with these putties, they don't call them putties, negative thought entities, and all these attackers and demonic infestations of the soul and all these things. And everybody's like, I love you, I love you, I love you. Like, like the Care Bears. I love you. And that is very, very beautiful. But sometimes love is acceptance and setting hard boundaries, which is also what you do with crystal meth addicts, where you're like, oh, I recognize that you are in addiction. I recognize that you're not in control of your behavior. I recognize that I need to set a boundary, because otherwise you're going to walk all over me and everyone else in this town. Like, if you don't have boundaries in your town, meaning like, the police, that arrest them and get them out, you will have a tent city. You have one tent, then many tents, then many, many, many. And everybody's living in a tent in the park in the middle of your city. That's what it was like in Ocean Beach, San Diego, when I lived there. And it was very, very distressing. And so yeah, setting boundaries is absolutely crucial to being able to have a healthy individual person, healthy family, and healthy community. And it doesn't mean that you're not compassionate towards other people, but it means that you set boundaries. Because I definitely tell you, like with these crystal meth addicts, if you said to them like, hi, like, would you like to go to rehab? Would you like to get a job and contribute to society? They'd be like, no, really don't. Just want to engage in self-destruction. Just give me $5. Be like, do you understand? Like, that is very, very different than a person who might be homeless due to medical debt or mental illness or something else that is making them not in control of their life. So unconditional love is acceptance. You accept people who are in profound addiction, as even gyrating wildly out of control. Remember when I told you manure in someone else's yard, drifting into your yard. Someone else's chakras are wildly gyrating out of control, destabilizing your chakras. That's crystal meth and every other white powdery drug that people take for recreational purposes that wildly destabilizes them, their biochemistry and their frequency and their chakras, makes them home to demons. And then they go around like a wrecking ball, wrecking communities. And I saw that when I lived up in Northern California, like the area called Arcata. It's like a college town that used to be just like all pot, but then it got to be crystal meth. And then everybody gyrating wildly out of control. And you've got tent cities and people stabbing other people and places where it's just not safe to walk around. And you kind of like run to the grocery store, get your groceries and run back to your car and you drive back home. And just the feeling and the energy of it is very, very unpleasant. You shouldn't have to live like a hunted animal. You set the boundaries. You are a healthy person at this stratum of moving upwards towards evolving into unity consciousness. And the other guys are the guys that need to learn, no, you're not allowed to do this. This is the essence of flying rainbow lasagna. It really is an essence of non-judgment. While you recognize on a spiritual level, now I'm talking on the purely abstract level, not even behavioralism in the world, some consciousness is evolving, getting faster, gaining energy, and moving to totality state of energy. They're going to be on the bullet train at infinity. They're going to be drinking infinity water out of an infinitely fast moving wine glass. And some are not. And these are the putis, membrane of death, fragmented, negative thought entity type things. They are not moving towards evolution. They are not moving towards personal responsibility. They are not moving towards greater levels of vastness in their consciousness. They are slowing down, but they're making everybody else miserable because they're pressing the brakes incrementally over billions of years. Unacceptable. And it is acceptable for you to set a boundary as an aspirant of spiritual attainment, to say that they are not allowed to feed off of you. And every time you set that boundary that they are not allowed to feed off of you, they get slower and slower and slower. And then the flying rainbow lasagna is the pinnacle of empowerment in your own body. I could go back to my music, just won't waste the time. If I really don't like a sound, turn it all the way down. Don't just like, let's turn it down one notch. Let's turn it down one notch. Let's turn it down one notch. Like, no, that sound is horrible. Turn it all the way down, or press delete on that sound. Let's do that with cancer. Cancer has no redeeming value. It is an aberration. It should not exist. You don't have to just like turn down the volume a little bit, but still no, don't let cancer exist. It doesn't serve a divine purpose. It shouldn't be in existence. You get to turn it down completely. If it's a potentiality in your energy field or in your body's DNA or in the DNA of your family lineage, be like, oh, that's what they passed down to me. Like that is the whatever thing that I have inherited, the non-precious treasure that I have inherited or potentiality inherited. Yeah, you get to get rid of that. Be like, no, I'm not keeping this. Turn it down all the way. Delete that file. You don't want to keep that in you. You don't have to be polite in any way and be like, but it was great grandmama's. Like, no, get rid of it. You're very welcome, Anne. Thank you. I know that's getting things far after that. Melissa says, our cells teach us about appropriate boundaries. Absolutely. And that also relates to the concept of the disease of cancer. Like you have a bunch of healthy cells that are doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're like, I work for me and I work for the entirety of the community. I'm a good cell. And then you have these other cells that are like, this is the other bad cell. I just work for me. piss and poop all over. I don't clean up anything. I don't leave a big giant mess around here. And that is, and if you have enough of those doing that and not working for the entirety of the community, then you have like the people that are living in tents, giant tent city in the middle of town. Nobody has a job. Everybody literally is pissing and pooping everywhere. And then you have a very low quality of life. And then you have no life. And then at a certain point, you have like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Like, it's not good. That's what I'm trying to say. Pedro says, do people with photographic memory have the filter? The answer is yes. So I have visual photographic memory for a lot of things, but I do have a filter for what is relevant and salient in what I need to be able to be focusing on. Sometimes I focus too much on the patterns on people's clothing. Like I will, like I'm meeting someone, hi, blah, 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 my name is this, and it's nice to meet you. And I'm like focusing too much on the way that their, like, you know, their cloth of their shirt is woven together. And then afterwards I walk away from them like, what was that guy's name? Like, I don't know, but I remember exactly the way that his shirt was woven together. Like, that is the problem with me. I hope people never are insulted that that is just, I'm very non-neurotypical, and that's the way that my brain and my perception works. But that pattern recognition, visual pattern recognition really, really works for me as an artist, and also like as a computer programmer of reality. So when I was also telling you about like family members that I have that can remember long strings of numbers very, very easily, and that sometimes they'll remember people's phone numbers that they overheard from 1982 from the cubicle. The guy that was working next door said a phone number out loud, and I tell you, I could, if I asked this family member, they would still be like, yeah, I can still remember that phone number. That can be a curse, not a blessing. It can be a burden not to clear out the detritus of the day at the end of the day. But on the larger level, let me just get some more of my wonderful structured water that I have created for today. Hold on one second, guys. Because also I can't do two things at once. That's also attention stuff. I cannot talk and pour the water at the same time. I know that I will mess it up. The things that are the most important are the things that we're focused on, and the things that are the most long lasting, and the things that are not the most important are the things that tend to be, you know, peripheral and that we don't really need. You really have an indelible record of everything you've ever experienced. So this is what people access when they do hypnosis or the QHHT or Akashic records, but yellow caution flags on QHHT, because I think that it can be severely influenced by practitioner. Like if I'm telling you, like, look deep into my eyes, I'm going to hypnotize you and I'm going to bring you here and I'm going to bring you here, like I can influence you a lot by the presence of my being and other things like that. So it's a huge trust issue in terms of being a pristine practitioner. They are out there, but just please be very, very cautious about who you participate with in terms of allowing someone to bring you into those states that are supra-conscious states. So your supra-consciousness, your highest consciousness, your Christ consciousness, knows and remembers everything. You remember the name of your best friend from 1984, and you remember the song that was on the radio when you were driving down the road, when you saw, you know, this billboard, like you remember everything like that. And it often takes hypnosis in order to bring people back into those levels of access, just because the intellect, which is the gatekeeper of capacitation and gifts, often says, you can't do that. Like, of course you can't do that. That would be a superpower. Super consciousness, superpower, Superman. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if that's Superman's theme song, but yes, you are actually a super being, and that is your true nature. That is your true identity. And then you are here, but you're acting like Clark Kent. You're wearing your Clark Kent glasses, which, by the way, I'm being silly, never fooled anyone. Like, he still looked exactly the same, but just like Superman with glasses. The glasses are not fooling anyone. And I think Wonder Woman did the same thing. They all think, like, if you just wear glasses, no one will know that you're a superhero. But by the way, you guys are all superheroes. And as you re-attain light speed and you are able to reconnect with Christ consciousness, supra consciousness, by flying rainbow lasagna-ing up and over any genetic blockages, you will regain these capacitations. And you will be able to remember every single detail of everything, not only remember people's names at business meetings or cocktail parties, but remember every single detail of every single conversation. And I think actually what a lot of people do, they're in a diminished state, they think they're Clark Kent, and also they don't remember embarrassments. So I think a lot of people self-edit because they're like, oh, let's just gloss over that one. That conversation didn't go well. Let's not remember it. I'm sure that every one of us has had experiences where it's like that. You're like, I totally said the wrong thing. Oh my goodness, let's just forget about all of that. Put it in the vault, pretend it never happened. And like I tell you about what life is like, for me and my collective higher dimensional reality structure, you perceive everything about yourself and about another. Like when you're looking in the mirror, you're like, yep, I remember that horrible, embarrassing conversation. I was a real ass. And then you also temper it with all of these beautiful things you did and said and helped people in a very, very nice way. So it's kind of like saying this, I'm a musician. Oh, I played the wrong note. Oh no, it will kill me forever. Just no, you're a great musician. You did very, very well. You played one wrong note. Deal with it. And it's okay to love and accept yourself in that way. That's what true love and true acceptance is. So Melissa also says, a lot of people complain about the spinning ball theory, but forget the globe earth theory, but forget the concept of, but if the planet and everything on the planet is moving at the same speed, it would all seem that we are not moving at all. That is exactly right. And also brief, I have a lot, flat earth is a psyop, although we are in a very exalted reality where there are portals and there are different ways to get places other than just flying someplace with a clank clank airplane. Please recognize that just the daytime nighttime terminus blows flat earth out of the water. That is, they cannot explain the setting of the sun. So the sun, here's the sun, I'm going down over the horizon. The sun is going down over the horizon. Ooh, now I'm shaped like a half circle, a semicircle. That doesn't happen in flat earth theory, which just states that the sun just gets further away, but it wouldn't be shaped like a semicircle. But I've seen the sun when it goes over the horizon in the Pacific Ocean, and it's shaped like a semicircle, and it can't be explained. And the daytime nighttime terminus is a hard edge that is not explicable, nor is the Coriolis effect explicable. There are so many different things. Don't get me started. Okay, but I know that now some people will say, well, Aurora is compromised because she doesn't believe in flat earth. No, I'm no students here, but I'm talking about like the general YouTube population. They're like, that's it. Aurora is an agent of darkness because she doesn't believe in flat earth. No, what I actually think about flat earth is that it is a psyop and that it has hijacked people's naturally growing capacitation to see and know more about our realm, and that many people who are disbelieving in the current narrative of how reality is actually structured cling to flat earth, even though there are many aspects of it that are illogical and overtly able to be disproven, because there are a lot of things that are out of balance. Like, for example, there's all of the green screen stuff that happens on the International Space Station. And that is something that you should really be like, I think those guys are on wires. I don't think that they're actually floating in zero gravity. And then, but does it mean that space doesn't exist and all these things? No, but if you do my Path of Light class, then you get a totally different view of what space is. I'm not saying that space doesn't exist or that we're in a dome with the firmament. Don't get me started. I have to do my notes. Okay. Charlie B says, it is a gift and a mercy to assist to entropy those that continue to suffer in ongoing trauma. Thank you. That is so much more on the path of what I'm here to share. Entropy, as I have created it in this shape, flying rainbow lasagna, and offered it as a genetic doorway, an exit on the highway for these stuck consciousnesses or residues, is meant to be a mercy. And it is meant to be something that prevents suffering of the living who use life force energy, and the suffering of whatever we would call them, putis, beings, non-beings, entities, residues, figments, whatever the heck they are suffering. They have a very, very limited form of existence that mostly involves their own misery and their own torture. They don't feel love and exaltation. And yes, to send that something to entropy where it is restful is to send it to paradise. This is very brief, but worthy. There's a show that I really enjoy that I watched. I don't often have time to watch TV, but I watched it several years ago, and it's worth it checking out. It's called The Good Place. And at first you think it's just kind of an insipid, lighthearted comedy, but stick with it for a few more episodes because it starts to get really deep. And then you find out that it actually is like a false heaven. That is I'm totally spoiling it for you. I should have said spoiler alert, but I've already spoiled it for you. It is a false heaven that is actually run, a forum that is run for the entertainment of demons who love to torment humans. As you move forward in the season of the show, the demons are like, you know something, we actually find this terribly boring, that they find the tormenting of humans to be terribly boring and the extending of their demonic existences to be very hapless and colorless. And in the end, they really just want to go into a state of non-being. That is the truth of these presences that are on the membrane of death. A lot of them have been there for millennia or an uncountable amount of time. And a lot of them are very, quote unquote, over it. They're like, this is not fulfilling in any way. They're like, you know, addicts, like whatever, heroin addict, where it's like, they're just maintaining their addiction. Like they're not getting high. They're not getting an exalted feeling. It's not something that is, whatever, a rush for them as maybe it was initially. It is just torment for them. And that to put them into entropy, turn them all the way down, to remove and delete cancer is actually merciful to cancer, to anything that is that organization or organism or formerly civilized, whatever group of beings, that it is, like Charlie says, it is a mercy. You're assisting them to entropy, helping them to go into a state of non-being. I won't justify it, but by saying that that's why they present themselves to you, because otherwise then you just magnetize more of them. Be like, we send us to entropy, like a long line of demons lining up, because your life is about more than just cleaning up poops. Really, really, it is. But for the ones to begin with, anyone who's in your chakras, your body, that you are responsible for, your family lineage, your family dynamic, and then expand to your community. All right, because it's a big job. All right, and I don't want you guys to be like, to clean up the whole entire world. Like, no, clean up your room, clean up your room, clean up your own stuff. And each one of us does this. And then also, as you gain greater levels of capacitation, you gain a bigger bucket and a bigger mop to be able to clean up everything. Okay, so wait, back over to here. Oh, yeah. And that Melissa's got it, the sense of contextual relevance, that if everyone is on the bullet train of infinity and the glass and the water and everything is moving at infinite light speed, then it seems as if nothing is moving at all. And that is what it is to be at the state of zeroth dimension, singularity, and God presence. Pedro says, I began watching the OA. It's interesting. I see why you like it. He says, loved lasagna. Yeah, that is actually one of my favorite shows. Very, very worthy of the watch. Fictional presence. I'm going to do too many spoilers if I talk about this. Okay, let me just go through my notes a little bit more, because I know we're heading into the home stretch of this beautiful sharing here. You're not in your own private kiddie pool. Yes. Responsibility to the symphony of life, the symphony of consciousness, and how you have to integrate your own personal desires with the personal desires and fulfillment of all of the other organisms. And that ends up being a different stratum of survivalism, because you recognize like you have to respect microbes in order to sustain your own digestion and microbial soil life so that plants will grow. Like you have to respect the ecosystem. And then at a certain point, you recognize you dilate that out. Time is alive and you have to respect time. If you don't respect time, you're like, I'm going to pee and poop all over time. I'm going to exploit time. I'm going to destabilize time. You're like, you actually live within time and are a time-based being. And if you do that, then you destroy yourself. It's like, oh, light switch, maybe I shouldn't do that because it's self-destructive. But then also sometimes with these things, you face just like rampant insanity. Some of them are just insane, just like addicts sometimes act insane, where they're like, they know they're doing something wrong, they know they're doing something self-destructive, blah, blah, and that they just don't stop. That is sometimes what it is like when you are interacting with beings at that level of real evil, that a lot of the time they don't stop when you tell them, this is just insane, you're just going to destroy time. They're like, yeah, I know. And they do it anyway. You have to set a hard boundary. But like, no, I live in time. Stop pooping in my dimension. Stop trying to destabilize my dimension. Yes, you have to be in partnerships with microbe. Back to flying rainbow lasagna. Flying rainbow lasagna is more than just a set of ideas. So I have to say this because in this class, I talk about it a lot, and it might be perceived as an abstract set of ideas. And for many years, people would be like, okay, you talk about it a lot. Like, will you actually demonstrate it, or how do we actually do it? Now, I also do share my dance class, but I'm very protective and guarded about it because it is a sacred dance. But it is not just music theory. It's the actual playing of music that makes things happen. Flying rainbow lasagna is a maneuver, a practice, and a thing that you do. It's a movement. So that's why I call my dance class not really a class, it's a group. It's a movement. Flying rainbow lasagna is a movement. So to begin with, let's talk about how to do the flying rainbow lasagna, and then going to head into the home stretch here. Your DNA is not a flat static object. It's not merely an X or a Y-shaped chromosome. There are individual unique threads that are then supercoiled into larger ropes and larger configurations that comprise the chromosome system. So I have lots of supplemental homework videos and things that show this, and I think you guys in this class are pretty much familiar with that at this point. It's really only wrapped up into chromosome form for the purpose of mitosis, which is cell division. For most of the other lifespan of the cell, your DNA is unfurled like a giant unfurled sweater. And I have to put down my things in order to vibrate here. It has movement. It dances, it swirls, it twirls, it splices itself, it unsplices itself. It twirls itself into new patterns. It's a scroll that unrolls, and then it rolls itself back up, and then it rolls like this, and it rolls itself back up. And that movement itself is epigenetics. That movement itself is what determines the difference between one twin who gets cancer and one twin who doesn't get cancer, or any potentiality that exists within the levels of your DNA being either dormant or active. And all of that is just the baseline for what has already been going on in terms of human development, that you've already been having these amazing vibrations and changes and activities. DNA is incredibly active, is what I'm trying to say, that you're already dancing. It's not like you're going from 0, then you have to get up to 60 miles per hour. You're already at 60 miles per hour, but you have been dancing in ancestral and culturally dictated patterns that are largely unhealthy. They largely bring you towards the membrane of death. They largely dance you away from your highest consciousness, your super consciousness and crown connection to the divine. And they largely dance people into patterns of deformity, for lack of a better word. Malformation is a better word. Bad math. And the flying rainbow lasagna is the rectification. How you can change the puzzle pieces of your DNA around so that it is in a perfect divine format. So the analogy that I use for this is the old Rubik's Cube from like the 1980s, a cube made out of these little transverse squares. The goal of the puzzle is to have solid colors on each side, and you get it, and all of the colors are all mixed up. And what you have to figure out to solve the puzzle is, I have to twist it like this, but then I have to twist it like this, then I have to twist it like this, then I have to twist it like this, and then like this, and then like this, and like this, and then it gets solved. So it's actually a very, very difficult puzzle to solve. And every time it is randomized, you have to come up with a new dance pattern to resolve the puzzle. Each one of you is your own unique genetic code, as unique as your fingerprints, and you must come up with your own unique dance pattern to resolve the difficulties in your own genetic code. Everything that's been passed down to you from your ancestors that's not desirable, the different diseases from great grandmama, and also addictions and other, crapola, and also cultural baggage that has been passed down to you from your culture. You must do your own unique genetic acrobatics through time in order to resolve that stuff and get it into a better format. I also use the example that you could take any piece of non-glorious literature, like an instruction manual. And if you can rearrange the letters, as long as you have all letters of the alphabet, you could turn it into great literature. You could rearrange it into whatever, William Shakespeare. And it's just whatever, the manual for your refrigerator and how to make your stove work or something like that. Your body, as you have been experiencing it, is this randomized and culturally dysfunctional set of alphabetic characters, the codons of your proteins, that you can rearrange through flying rainbow lasagna dancing. And you can transform it into a masterpiece, a great work of literature. You do not have to do it all in one day. Flying rainbow lasagna is a time crystal, or something that is done in layers, like a great oil painting or a painting in Photoshop that is done layer by layer by layer. So you do a dance, you change the formation of your DNA, and then you're not the same. And then the next day you do your dance again, you change the formation of your DNA, and you're not the same. And it's not arbitrary. I actually want to read this over here because it is not arbitrary. Oh, do I have it? Do I have it easily? I always come up with it later. The new patterns that you create in terms of creating great literature with your DNA are non-arbitrary. So I did not dance this body into flying rainbow lasagna format and say, I want to have whatever, 12 eyeballs. You're like, Aurora, you have 2 eyeballs. Clearly, I have 2 eyeballs. Or how about purple eyeballs? No, I do not have purple eyeballs or anything like that. What I have is this body in an optimum state of health and functionality, even after the initial brain injury that damaged a lot of the neurology of my brain, of this body, and would have caused a lot of disability if I hadn't done flying rainbow lasagna. So you rearrange your body with flying rainbow lasagna into optimum states of health and vitality that are according to this divine pattern. So each person has a unique rectification pattern. And that is why I say this over here. If I were an art teacher, I would give students art materials like colored pencil, be like, this is a colored pencil, and basic instruction as to what they are, and how they can be used. But I would encourage each person to follow their own vision and follow your own inner artistic directives and do what is right and what feels right for you to create and explore. And that is how I also approach inspiration, being a template, and life guidance to others. Everybody has a unique life path, where you've been born, how you have lived, and where you are headed towards. I'm an artist, a visual artist. I'm a musician. I'm a dancer. I do not require everyone to be like me. And if you are an artist, I don't require everyone to be an extremely precise mathematical artist. That's why I say, if you're a floral, if you paint watercolor florals, do it, girl. That's what I want. I want you to be the pinnacle and culmination of who and what you can be. This also relates to arbitrary cultural beauty standards. I don't want anyone to have an arbitrary cultural beauty standard about skin tone, size of body parts, or even your general size of your body. Large, small, tall, short, or any of those things. I want you to be in optimum health and functionality. True beauty comes from optimum health and functionality, and that can look different for different people, and it is not necessarily according to the cultural precepts. And that also relates to the dance movements that I do in my dance class. I'm always encouraging everyone towards greatest health and mobility for their body, not towards trying to achieve certain ideals that might be seen in a ballet class or acro yoga or any kind of thing like that. You don't have to have perfect splits, perfect turnout, or any of these things that are actually a little bit hard to achieve for most people's bodies. But if you do it naturally, that's great. But you are not required to achieve a particular appearance that is positively pleasing to the cultural mandate. Because in some cultures, being very round and having a lot of extra flesh is considered very beautiful. You go to the fattening hut before you get married. They're like, that one is too small. Get her to the fattening hut. Do you get it? And some cultures, which you might be familiar with, think like, no, you don't want to be from the fattening hut. You want to be from the skinifying hut. You want to be like a certain size 0 or something like that. These are cultural mandates. These are the things that have made your Rubik's Cube go out of alignment, and you want to get your body into optimum states of health, fitness, and vitality. So please do not follow your cultural mandates. Please follow your biological health mandates of vitality. So you want to, have healthy teeth and perfect vision, not do flying rainbow lasagna so that you can have 12 eyes or, some strange grotesqueries or something like that. So it's also, I said, not for me to try to get you to imitate me. And that also is about you moving through time, moment by moment, guided by your own divine mandate. That I should not in any way, and I would not want to, be controlling your behavior. All that I do is hold the space for someone else to be in freedom so you can make your own choices about what you want to do from moment to moment. So we have already been fighting very, very strongly against a mind control apparatus. The mind control apparatus goes all the way to ancient or concurrent Atlantis. It reflects the millimeter waves, different subcutaneous pollutions that might be going on, and very many other cultural mandates and religious propagandas that attempt to control your behavior. And all that I want for you is not for me to tell you what to do, like meet the new boss, same as the old boss. No, I do not want to be the new boss. I want to be the person that holds the space so that you don't have a boss, so that you and God are your own boss, and so that you paint your own life, painting your own life masterpiece in exactly the way you're supposed to do it. And it has to be something that arises internally from you. So it cannot be something that I dictate or project upon or paint you. That's the strength of the system. So the strength of the genetic system as a part of a computational biocomputer that you are a node of is its uniqueness and biodiversity, individual unique fingerprints, individual unique genetic codes. What happens to one is not exactly the same as what happens to the person standing next to them. This is very, very different than clones. Potatoes and bananas are largely cloned in the world. That means if you get a blight on your crop, the entire crop dies because you don't have genetic diversity, as opposed to a plant that is heterozygous, like cannabis plant or something like that, a male plant and a female plant, and the male fertilizes the female, and you make a seed, and every season you're going to get genetic roulette. I didn't tell you guys this. This is, I know, 3 hours into today's sharing, just a fun, brief aside. My plants mutated. I know. So I've been growing this same strain of CBD cannabis since I came to California 10 years, legally, of course. I only advocate for everyone to do everything legally. Usually when cannabis grows, here's like the stem, here's a leaf that is a fan leaf that is a solar collector, and then here's a flower, which mainly contains like the essential oils, the cannabinoid ladin resins that are part of what is mostly medicinal in the plant. And usually the stuff that's on the flowers is not on the leaves. But I started to look at my plants 2 days ago, and I was like, that's kind of funny because it looks like the flowers are totally growing along the stem of the fan leaf. Extra floriferous, much more flowers than it ordinarily would have. And I'm like, that's just out of control. And also I had an 80-20 ratio instead of 50-50 males to females, 80% females to 20% males. And they're mutants. So I don't know what's going on, but there's a lot of lasagna happening in my garden. And that just is a fun, just brief aside, hopefully lighthearted anecdote for all of you. So genetic diversity, you don't know what's going to happen in the next crop of seeds, basically, as opposed to the bananas and potatoes and anything else that is cloned, where the previous generation will always be exactly the same as the beginning generation. So there is no genetic diversity. And if there is a vulnerability that happens, it affects everybody. That's how you get a famine. It's called the potato famine in Ireland. Part of it was cultural and part of it was potato blight, from the lack of diversity in the crops that they planted there. So as beautiful, organic, miniature co-creators. You are like little shards of the divine, or we are all like little shards of the divine. And we are part of this larger music. And we're finding a way to transform our own individual journey through time. This is beyond any disempowerment narratives, which is why I love teaching about this. Government, economy, religion, and external savior programs. With Flying Rainbow Lasagna, you can take radical self-responsibility and you're able to combine the inside world and the outside world. And that is what is happening right now. I would point to my little painting that's behind my ongoing painting. That is pole shift, not north-south to south-north, but inside to outside and outside to inside. We're in it. We're not having a pole shift tomorrow. We are having it right now. And what that means is your inner world is being manifested in your outer reality. And then your outer reality feeds back in like a giant biofeedback loop to your inner reality. So part of it is seeds that got mutated and got grown. And then part of it is the externalization of my interior world in the form of these plants. And then as I look at and experience these plants, that gets re-internalized into me. Oh, it's why. Apologies for the barking dog. Inside world and the outside world, an ongoing pole shift. You're externalizing your internal reality, and that this has everything to do with highest stratum, like you are moving towards levels of unity consciousness and highest levels of evolution, and that is beyond just mundane materialism that says, hey, matter is just dead stupid matter, kid, mop the floor, get a job, it ain't gonna do itself. You get into these levels of, well, technically I manifested this tiny screw and this person manifested this cup of coffee. Reality is responding to my mind. Therefore, if I don't like what's going on with the government, part of it is emanating from my mind state, my emotion state, and I get to affect it and improve it with my mind state and my emotion state. Please do not take too much responsibility, because there are many aspects of this collective artwork known as human society that are grandfathered in. That somebody else did before you got here. Like I told you, I got here, there's all these muddy footprints. And everyone's like, hey, why'd you make these muddy footprints? I'm like, I just got here. They were here before I got here. You're allowed to do that too. You're allowed to say, oh, technically those things happened before I became empowered. As I'm just becoming aware of them now and becoming empowered now, I will now act to rectify the situation, because that's very big. And that also speaks to the God wounding. When people are like, look at the world, it's so effed up. God, how can God let this happen? It can't exist, blah, blah, blah. Be like, God does exist. There are a lot of effed up things. We are now coming into this level of empowerment where we can fix up the things that are very effed up. But it doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. It means that things have been out of balance for a long amount of time. And now you finally have the bucket and the mop to be able to fix things up. I literally invented Flying Rainbow Lasagna in 2001. So, roughly 20 or 22 years, if not that much time in terms of the cosmic architecture, in order to be able to clean up millennia of things that are out of balance. So yeah, you just got to get going on the cleanup crew. Doesn't mean that God doesn't exist. God definitely exists and is very present and very involved in the circumstances and in the rectification events that are happening. And your personal rectification in your life and in your health and in your trajectory is a huge part of that. I don't know if I told you this anecdote, but it came up in my Facebook memory from like 7 years ago. Her name is Nicole, and she's part of this class, because once you're in, you're always in. Don't worry, you're never going to get out. But she hasn't been in a participating student for a little while. She's on the road going to the farmer's market, driving on a multi-lane highway. She works there, and she saw that another car was about to veer into her lane and they were about to crash. And she did the Flying Rainbow Lasagna in her car spontaneously because she needed to. And what she perceived was, first, an overlapping of realities where both cars were in the same lane at the same time. Then she found herself in a different lane, far ahead of the other car that was veering into her, and not crashed. That is what we're talking about in terms of Flying Rainbow Lasagna. Sometimes you do it to avoid imminent death. And then sometimes you do Flying Rainbow Lasagna as a pure expression of joy, artistic freedom, and the expression, need, and desire to bring your life in a more positive direction. or create an adventure, or create something new. So even if your life is entirely perfect, and life is entirely perfect, you might be like, all right, great, it's time to fly rainbow lasagna and create something new, because I make paintings even when life is perfect. But this is not like the time toaster with Homer Simpson, where he just makes toast until he gets kind of a mediocre reality. He's like, I better not make any more toast, because now it's just going to get worse. Like, I'll just stick with what I got. When you get a pretty good reality structure, don't be afraid. You can keep on flying rainbow lasagnaing, because you can keep on augmenting, you can keep on making something new, keep on generating something new. You don't have to think like, oh no, like it's only for fixing stuff. That's not actually what flying rainbow lasagna is. So flying rainbow lasagna is actually a tool for freedom and joy and larger levels of freedom and self-expression. It is being used as kind of this thing to kind of like leverage people out of the swamps of despair. Like, stuck down in the mire, you kind of use the lasagna, kind of like, like mountain climbers. Like, they've got these things like, you kind of like go into the mountain, pull yourself up, go into the mountain, pull yourself up. That's kind of how lasagna is being used to leverage you out of levels of despair and decrepitude and despondency and all this stuff. There's like depression, a lot of D words there, not good stuff. But really, when you're in joy, it's still appropriate to lasagna, because sometimes I'm in joy and I'm like, lasagna. And then you are, again, creating new and expansive reality structures out of pure joy. So sometimes it's for survival, sometimes it's to get out of the swamps of despair, and sometimes it is out of pure joy. And it is an inner imperative that tells you when to do this. So you will know, you will just know inside. And that is also part of your own growing Christ connection, insight, connection to time, and direct perception of time through your own inner time crystalline structure, to be able to know it's time for me to lasagna. And when it is, you'll be talking with someone and be like, shut up, I gotta go, it's time to lasagna. Never think me rude if I do that, guys, because sometimes that's what it feels like. And sometimes I'm making breakfast in the morning, down the kitchen, boiling water for coffee, and all of a sudden, time to lasagna. It just has to happen. You just feel it inside. So if you haven't felt it yet, don't be concerned, but just know that that is what begins to happen as you become more of a virtuoso in time. So when you can get the singularity that exists within various different aspects of your body, at the nucleus of every atom, every nucleus of every somatic cell, and the convergence point of every energy center or chakra, time body, light body, trillions of doorways to infinity, it's all the same infinity. So when you make that infinite aspect of self jump back and forth really, really, really fast, it makes the oscillation that renders the boundaries permeable. That is what we're talking about here. And that is a miraculous and supernatural event, to suddenly begin to oscillate this in a higher dimensional state, to be able to make the flying rainbow lasagna. And what is my actual daily practice like? It is there's so much to talk about this. It's not like a light switch. It's not like a computer. In the morning, I wake up, I come in here with my breakfast, I turn on the computer, it's like a light switch, boom, I turn it on. My lasagna is not exactly like that. Sometimes it happens spontaneously while I'm making breakfast, but usually it requires a warm up, a running jump. I do various different things that are activities that help to foster the lasagna. So not only having a practice and having a space here, it's my gym mat covered with like a nice comfy towel, place where I ordinarily do it, or it's good to have a place set up outside for when the weather is good and beautiful. Have a regular practice, have a place where you do it. Also, to put on music or do other things that are like the positive triggers that say to you, oh, it's time to do this now. Because sometimes I hear a song and I'm like, I love this song, I need to lasagna. It's a way of setting up, optimizing your environment for lasagna, so that when the urge comes, you are ready. Just like I optimize my studio space here. I've got my tables. You can see I've got my colors. I've got my brushes. I've got my everything set up, so that when the urge arises, I'm like, oh, it is time to paint. I have to drop everything. It is time to paint now. So there are things that you can do to set up, but then there are also spontaneities and things that you can't set up, but you still make it a practice to make yourself available to this cosmic dance pattern, so that when when it is optimum, you want to do it too. And I mostly dance during the day, but sometimes my life is crazy. And sometimes I have to do all these other more mundane responsibilities during the day. And then it's kind of like having a lot of pent up whatever something inside. And I get home and I'm like, I need to tear off these work clothes and I need to lasagna. Like you just like, I can't hold it in anymore. It's like, I have to take off my Clark Kent glasses and I have to lasagna. It just has to happen. So, and I talk about this too, because the time field is a living presence, not just some dead thing. So it's not a machine. Time has a metabolism and a consciousness, just as we have red blood cells that circulate around our body, bring nutrients and oxygen for health and life. And if they stop circulating around, we tend to die. It's the same thing with the time field, that the chakra shape is made out of energy that is circulating around in these figure 8 forms. And the circulation is a type of metabolism. And when it's healthy, consciousness flows without impediment. It's like there's no blockades on the membrane of death. But if there's a fatty blockage or an artery, literally, which is undigested emotional energy, food is a thought form that needs to be unlocked, like enzymatically comprehended and liberated. It blocks the flow of blood, and we are submerged in the flow of time like fish swimming in a river. So there are all sorts of impediments and blockages on the membrane of death. And in the interstices between worlds is a better way of saying it. And in that barrier that separates the inside of the time field where you are alive from the realm that separates that from the membrane of death, parallels to the cell membrane. And the membrane of death or interstices, they're supposed to be clear, like a transit point. And it's only because we are in a distorted time field that we experience symptoms, literally dis-ease, not a perfect system, blockages and areas that are slowed down. There are even intentional distortions to the time field. And some of these would be considered like the Large Hadron Collider, various large like dark magic rituals, sacrifices and spells and things that are crap time machines like time toasters that are intended to put death things onto the membrane of death. I'm just kind of scanning through my notes and making sure that I'm getting the most important stuff to you. Oh, science right now doesn't even formally recognize the future because it is running on this model of the Big Bang, central convergence point that then expands outward, and there's an ever-expanding time bubble that has the inside versus the outside, and the little ants never meet, but it never even formally recognizes that the future exists. So when you become a mature human that is multidimensional and you are able to fly through time, you recognize that the future does exist, but not just one future, a radiating array, like radiative, kind of like the way that a dandelion is shaped, a radiative array of many, many, many different possible time roads that exist as potentials in the future. And that when you are flying rainbow lasagnaing with something in the future, you are lasagnaing with potentials of the future. But these are very similar to when I talk about imagining yourself as a super wise, very well crafted version of who you are, reaching backward through time or reaching down into the fish tank so that you can give yourself the help that you desire and require in order to become the person that is your greatness. I talk about the time bubble, the little ant, got all of that. I think it did all of that. Okay, this is very big. One aspect of determinism is saying that there is a script. What is determinism? This is a philosophical approach that says that your life is determined, a scripted reality that was written either by like a larger deity or, some presence that is much larger than you, and that you are simply a actor or actress on a stage, saying the things and doing the things that someone else has predetermined for you. And this also relates to genetic fatalism. But you are not just here to trudge through the motions that someone else has created for you. You can look at reality as a radiative array of various different potentials that have already been written, like songs on the record of your life. But you can also say, if that is all that is available on the menu and it is unappealing, I can choose to create a new recipe. And that is really what flying rainbow lasagna is. So to be clear, Time jumping would be to say, I'm jumping from this timeline over here, where a person might be in a car wreck, to a reality over here, no car wreck. Pre-existing, pre-existing. These are two different songs on the record of your life. But what if you're standing here and these are all the different timelines that go forward into the future, and you're like, I don't like anything on the menu. This is all pure crap. Crap, crap, crap. Sometimes it's like that, backed into a corner. Every move on the chessboard is not a good chess move. Then we get to Kobayashi Maru, which I already told you about in a previous class. That is a reference from Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, where Captain Kirk, in a Starfleet training exercise that was meant to be a no-win scenario, crap, crap, crap in every direction, decided instead to reprogram the computer so that his ship, the Kobayashi Maru, didn't get destroyed, his crew didn't die, everybody didn't get the plague, and everything worked out fine in the end. That is what flying rainbow lasagna is. It is the act of pressing the big red button, or the reality rearrangement apparatus, engage reality rearrangement apparatus now, and making something new happen. If you are faced with adversity, as we really are as individuals and as a collective right now, facing what seems like insurmountable odds or crap in every direction, instead of just choosing the least crappy of any of these things and, taking your whatever difficulties and going in that direction, you can rearrange reality. You can be like, I don't like any of these things on the menu of life. I don't like any of these possibilities. I don't just want to switch timelines or jump timelines into a parallel reality or press the time toaster and hope that things are moderately better in a different way. I want to actually rearrange reality consciously and create and handcraft and co-create with God a much better possibility for what the future can be. And that is very big, as what I'm talking about when I use the word God is not merely the two eyes, nose, mouth, face, God, deity that many humans project onto the abstractness of the generative force field. It's a force field. It's a force field of grace and generation that is a field of pure potential that you are in partnership with in every moment. So science is working on this patterning of Big Bang happened a long time ago, or like the Hindu worldview that says like there was the great in-breath and now you're having like the great exhalation, like, these big expansions and contractions. But I'm telling you, it's happening in every moment. Like you have Godded with God 12 million times just during the course of this 3.5-hour lecture here, that you in every moment, you and God are in divine partnership, creating the experience of like, yeah, like your chair is sitting in a butt. Sorry, your butt is sitting in a chair. Your shoes are wearing feet. Your feet are wearing shoes. These are all experiences that you're co-creating with God right now in divine partnership. So when you begin to get up to light speed and really get to unity consciousness and really get to be your mature form as a full spectrum human, what you are doing is recognizing that each moment is a big bang, generative moment of pure potential, that a whole world, a whole narrative universe can generate and emanate from that world in that moment. And you can make amazing things happen. There must be continuity. There must be continuity, because that is what distinguishes the physical world of experienced consensual reality from consensual, meaning we all agree upon it, the world of pure dreaming. In the world of pure dreaming, you're like, well, first I was in a boat, and then I was like at an IHOP and eating pancakes, and then I was in the Grand Canyon. Like there's nothing to connect those events. Like it just shifts from this to this to this, because that is what the dream world is like. The formerly world of mundane objects and materials that we're used to is a world that is static and doesn't change. Hey kid, the floor ain't going to clean itself. Now we're in a world that is a blending. Sorry. Now we're in a world that is a blending between levels of static, mundane reality and levels of total unpredictability, dream world, where there is continuity. So in each moment, as you are godding with God and you are creating new things happening, you should not have the experience like, so all of a sudden I was at the Grand Canyon. Like first I was sitting in my studio, then all of a sudden non sequitur, I'm at the Grand Canyon. No, you should have the connective integument. Come here, girl, you're okay. In connective integument that ties together events, because that's really the true artistry. Like when you are playing a song and you're starting off in a certain way, then all of a sudden you don't turn, it's like, now it's, you know, heavy metal, now it's Stevie Wonder, now it's back to Mozart. No, you understand, like you segue, connect it all together. So we're talking about reality creation in ways of connecting together events so that it makes sense, has longevity and coherence. And that is why you do the flying rainbow lasagna dance incrementally. You change and shift reality incrementally each day, each time you do the dance. And you're also shifting a very large ship, large vessel at sea. They do not shift in 90-degree angles like this. You slowly have to turn. If you're going to have to get over here, you're going to have to start turning all the way over here. That is the past 20 years plus of me flying rainbow lasagnaing. It's why I came in 2001, because I could see down the time road. And I'm like, oh, that's some bad stuff that's going to happen. If I don't want that bad stuff to happen, I am going to have to backbend into time over here, 2001, so that I can incrementally shift the consciousness of humanity, like shifting a large vessel in the ocean to be able to change. And those shifts had to do with not just me and my personal dance, but with putting seeds into the minds of humans here, to sharing of my art and music, and also radiating my genetic dance into the world so that it would positively affect and reshape other people, including every single thing that I teach you guys about reshaping your own life. Because none of this was meant to be where I say, like, this is you this is you in art class, like paint, 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 paint. And I'm like, no, I grab your paintbrush, I will paint it for you. No, none of it is supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be like this. Here's your paintbrush, and you guys get out there and start painting every day, paint a better reality structure for yourself. Here's how you do it. And giving you plenty of lead time to be able to figure it out, get your momentum going and do it. That's what this whole entire two decades has been about. Humanity leveling up. Humanity didn't used to know on a larger scale what the donut or the torus shape was. Now it is very commonplace. Flower of life stuff, even though we recognize that there are limitations, grandma's strudel recipe, but receiving the entire teaching and knowing what it actually is, and all of that is all now very common knowledge. When I talk about those things, people pretty much know about it. Even the concept of what walk-ins are, what galactic society is, highest dimensional reality, time travel, speed of light, faster than light, quantum reality, what people here call 0-point energy. All these things in 2001 were like really not spoken about, really no conversations about it, maybe only recognized by a very, very limited slice of human community. Now, recognized, embraced, and spoken about by many, many, many people. And so humanity has leveled up in incredible amount and grown in incredible amount. That is the turning of the ship at sea, because this is not part of my notes, but you have an amazing coherent light family of real extraterrestrial light presences, even though we're not only extraterrestrial, we're extra dimensional, totally waiting, wanting for you to be at the cosmic dance party, holding out an invitation, being like, the door is open, like, come on, but it's a frequency door, not a clank metal spaceship. So trying to get humans out of materialism, away from technology, towards cognitive and consciousness recognition of miracles and the supernatural, and towards the cultivation of your own body, light body, energy field, and cognitive presence to be able to go through the frequency door. So you've always been invited to the cosmic party. We totally want you there. You needed to learn and level up and have a huge amount of foundational presence, like creating the foundation muscles to then be able to run the marathon, because it is a marathon, because there's not like a floor holding you up. Right now, there's not a floor holding you up. You guys are gonna be like, duh, Aurora, and the floor is right there. No, you're not snide, but some would. be that way. But I'm like, no, there's not a floor holding you up. There's a waveform presence holding you up that you are interpreting as a floor. And all of these things, like it used to be like, that is very abstruse and just only for quantum physicists. And I'm just a housewife and I'm going to go cook meatloaf for dinner now. It's like, no. Housewives cooking meatloaf for dinner know about the abstract formation of the cosmos and waveform presences. This is what you need to know about in order to be able to become a part of the larger cosmic dance party, recognizing your own power of observership, recognizing the impact that you're having on your own DNA with your thoughts and emotional behavior, and also recognizing and feeling and being sensitive to frequency and things that affect frequency, harmful millimeter waves, yes, subcutaneously polluted people who might have a false narrative structure that they're thinking and believing and participating in, yes. Then also frequency healing and things like that, that used to be condescended to, disbelieved in, or simply ignorant of, that are now facing larger acceptance. So you get to be a divine co-creator and write the script along with the larger great composer or great conductor. And I'm always giving so much credit. If I give verbal energy to anything, it should be to that. That is what I want attention to flow to. Let us attend to the great conductor. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. It's time to play. The great conductor telling you when to play, telling you what to do in your life, telling you what to think, giving you the handcrafted or customized or tailored nutritional profile that you need for your particular body so that you can be nourished. Again, some people need to reduce and slim down. Some people need to bulk up, and everybody needs a unique exercise pattern in their life. And that is the beauty of what this incredibly complex life supercomputer is doing. Chica's going wild with the toy down here. Our DNA or human DNA previously up until this point was diminished and diluted, and it was knit into a weird, unfulfilling pattern. This was ancient. We're going to get into lesson 18 next week. Who did it? Who broke this vase? I just got here. This vase is broken. Who broke this vase? How did this happen? Let's follow the clues. I'm going to tell you all about it. That pattern included these limitations of only having certain experiences in certain train cars of reality. That mostly ended in death. And this is the liberation. There was not a pathway to dance your way over to the other timelines and pathways that had to do with re-empowerment, reconnection to the divine, remembrance of your own God self, reclaiming your ownership or the ovens in front of your eyes as you are creating waveform presences, and going through the frequency door, ascending and joining the cosmic dance party. The flying rainbow lasagna allows you to dance your DNA in a new pattern and achieve a new degree of freedom. And we do that by having a cognitive leap. So I set up my studio to be able to paint, to optimize that, and I set up my life to optimize this cognitive leap. That is what I'm doing literally with every minute of my day to foster the energy and the opportunity and the potentiality for the cognitive leap. And then when it's time, you jump. That's it. That's what this is. That's what running the marathon is. So it's just like double Dutch jump rope, which I have never actually done, but I would love to learn if anybody does it out there. You have these two lateral ropes that are creating these waveform presences that are harmonized. And then you have to time your jump and your dance in between those lateral ropes that are going before you even are in existence. Those are lateral ropes of time. Those are larger time currents that are going, that you have to integrate your individual DNA, twisting, swirling, splicing, whirling, and twirlings, and also your tumbling through time into these larger lateral ropes. Larger lateral ropes, like on the scale of geologic time. You got it? Like big stuff happening here. And you with, a shorter human level at this point, lifespan and ability to know and perceive, integrating yourself into those much, much larger time currents. So that's what this has to do with. So how do you actually do it? Okay, good. I'm just going through my notes and making sure I get everything. How do you actually do the flying rainbow lasagna? The first thing is you need energy. You need a lot of energy to do this. That you need a lot of energy to kind of like make that leap. to get going. Part of it is glucose and food energy. So I've done lots of teachings about this, eating mindfully and accreting light and eating the right type of foods. Don't eat genetically modified food. That's it, flat out. I'm not about judgment of veganism, vegetarianism, or meat eating, or any real food limitations in that sense. And I really mostly direct people to eat what their own body presence requires and what your activity levels require, and do what is right for you in each moment, but do not eat genetically modified food. So no genetically modified plants or animals or products, and also try to eat minimally processed foods, because that way you will be receiving food that actually has a lot of light in it. But I don't know how big your stomach is. My stomach is like this big. I can only eat a certain number of avocados or hamburgers each day. And my flying rainbow lasagna requires so much energy that I would have to eat like 1 million avocados a day in order to be able to access the energy to do that higher dimensional leap. But I cannot fit that many in my tummy. That is just a physical impossibility. So what I do is I do sun gazing. This is me out the window every morning, sun gazing right here, tendril of attention, focus on the sun and drinking in that energy on a cellular level to every single cell, circulatory system of light throughout my body in order to energize me, because we eat food because it contains light and glucose is light. But even if you ate pure butter and pure sugar, which I would not recommend, it would not be enough for you to be able to sustain the flying rainbow lasagna as an activity. So you eat physical food and you also eat light at the same time. Guess what else? Beautiful visual artistry and music and sonic artistry. These are also foods. I say this a lot. Music is food for your ears. I don't know if you've ever done this, listened to a song so many times, it's just like, I can't listen to it anymore. It's because you got all the food out of it. You have digested all the nutrients out of that song, and you can't listen to it again because there's nothing left in it for you. Then you have to listen to something new. I write music almost every day. It's really a discipline. And sometimes my life is crazy, like I said, but on good days, in stable times, I write music almost every day because my ears get bored. I'm like, well, I listened to that song yesterday and it really made me lasagna. But like today it's played out. I need a new song. And I look at him like, I listened to everything already. I need to write something new. So almost every day I'm writing new songs. It's an exploration. It's unpredictable. I don't know exactly what it's going to sound like, and it gets me going. And then I absolutely love and adore sharing it with other people. So I share it with some wonderful close friends on a master playlist that I've been keeping for over like 1.5 years now. But I also have them available like to subscribers on my Bandcamp, or I share a lot of it on Patreon. So if you guys want to be in submerged in the continuum of the stream of my music, which is also me in rapport with my highest dimensional collective known as Aurora, like this is how we talk to each other. That's why I wrote a song a long time ago at this point called This Is How We Talk in Heaven. Like, this is how we talk in heaven. Like, we make music with each other. If you want to hear my daily conversations, like, please contact me and please tune in and please be a part of it, because I adore sharing with people on that level. I absolutely love it. I'm like, I'm waking up in the morning making new sonic food and sharing with other people. Like sometimes I dance when there's no music. And I've also danced under a lot of duress, under extreme duress. And that is actually another song that I wrote that, because sometimes like my friend going to the farmer's market, sometimes you dance to survive. In the face of adversity, you must dance like a flying rainbow lasagna. And sometimes you don't get a chance to like, hold on one moment, let me just scroll down, pull up my playlist, get my favorite song going, and then I'll be ready to dance away from certain peril. You don't always get a chance to do that, all right? So sometimes I dance just spontaneously, and it's very intense, and it has to happen, and there's no music. But sometimes I get a chance to set up my playlist, choose exactly what I'm feeling for the moment, or even create music for that moment. The sonic food is absolutely essential. All of these are forms of light. And then, getting enough sunlight also just during the day, like in the wintertime, it's very hard. I use an infrared light panel, even though it just broke. I'm very, very sad to say, but it got me through the winter, but I jiggled the wire too much, I think. But infrared light, and this has a scientifically observational effect on your body in terms of mitochondria, which are the energy centers of your body. They make me smile. They're beautiful. Your tiny mitochondria rev up in the presence of infrared light. So infrared light is actually non-cancer causing. You can't get too much of it. It is more like heat, warmth, light, intelligence. It is something that is a quotient and a portion of the optical spectrum that is emitted from our sun, but has been largely blocked out by chemtrails and many other environmental pollutants. If you live in a place where it's super cloudy, if you live in a place where there's lots of chemtrails, if you can't get outside and get your full body in the sun, get one of these little infrared light panels. It will absolutely supercharge you and make it possible, I should say, in order to be able to do your FRL dancing. And then also, I ingest cannabis, and I ingest mostly CBD tinctures and raw cannabis juice, but also some THC because you have to balance it out in there. And I'm a huge advocate for cannabis. Totally different than any white powdery drugs and these like horrific life-destroying substances that are mostly available and all pervasive in society. Very, very huge advocate for the use of cannabis, but also I will caution you that a lot of the stuff that is available in dispensaries and commercially available now, even though it's become unregulated and much more, socially acceptable, is genetically modified and sometimes molecularly altered. So some of that stuff I'm finding is synapse glue that instead of bringing you closer to Christ consciousness, gives you like a euphoric feeling or, an feeling of an altered state, but can diminish the natural dance of your synapses and the natural dance of your neurotransmitters. So super yellow caution flags on all the stuff that is commercially available, especially the stuff that is in those little like vape cartridges. I think that stuff is super processed and not necessarily positive and good. And I'm finding more and more. It's why I grow my own stuff in my own garden so that I can juice my leaves, have them as my beautiful smoothies and raw juice, and then also create my own tinctures that are pristine. So, and there's I have a whole teaching about endocannabinoid system. Sorry about any background noise, guys. I'm very, very sorry. And it's very, very difficult for all of us to focus when there's so much background noise. I really hope you're not hearing that. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yes, so cannabinoids and having a healthy cannabinoid system in your body is also another big part of being able to make this higher dimensional leap into the quantum leap into the next highest dimension. And then also knowing that it can be done, because I'm a template for you. So I know someone who runs 100-mile marathons. Greatly, greatly admire them. They're an online friend, not in person. How did somebody ever do this? They didn't just wake up one day and do it randomly. They knew someone who did it. They're like, that guy can run 100 miles. I can run 100 miles. And then mentoring others to be able to do that. What did you eat? How did you act? What did you do? What was your daily practice like? I love to be a template and a mentor for others to do the great unlikelihood of doing flying rainbow lasagna because it requires a little bit of the sense of like, it can be done. It is humanly possible or possible in a human form, even though what you are becoming is supra-human. Take off your Clark Kent glasses, guys. You're becoming superhuman. And another thing that really helps me so much is structured water. I do a lot with crystals, crystalline architecture throughout my house, orgone throughout my house. I have this wonderful crystal emitter here. Crystals are frequency. Everything that you can use in order to amp up your frequency. So clearing out nanoparasites, clearing out pathogens, creating a positive energy field. So when I talk about masterpiece and you paint a little bit every day, that's creating your energy field. So it's actually very difficult for me. I would never do van life because it would be very difficult for me if like, first I'm going to drive here and that's where I will be doing my flying room lasagna. And then the next day I will drive to another place in a different location, different flying room lasagna. I'm trying to cultivate an energy field. And the energy field is a non-physical presence, but it is still very tactile. Like I went to an old house that I lived in 2 years ago on the other side of town. And this was like a couple of months ago. Still felt my FRL energy field there. It's a waveform presence that you set up kind of like after you hit a gong. You hit a gong, gong, and it goes. Really well-made ones go on for quite a long time. I made some really, really well-made energy fields in that house across town, and they are still going. because I lived there for many, many consecutive years. So I would say, what I know, this is challenging because some people move, their lives are up and down, they're here, they're there. Try to create a place that is your place for doing FRL dancing. For me, it's here in my art studio. And also I have a little spot outside where there's like, you know, some nice pine trees and stuff, and get some good shade, and I bring my mat outside and dance outside, and try to have that consistency, because you are every day adding to the strength of the whirling vortex, and it gets stronger and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more that you do it. So all of that is like preparatory stuff. And then what is the actual dance like? The actual dance is an internal oscillation primarily and initially. Secondarily, a movement with your macroscopic arms and legs. Secondarily, about these movements here. So sometimes my body would move very, 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 very fast. Sometimes I would dance sitting down, but from the waist up, because I had balance issues and just didn't feel comfortable standing up. A lot of the time I roll around on the ground, because this dance is not a dance that is done standing on two legs like you're going to walk through a door like this. This is a dance that is done actually like floating in a higher dimensional space that is more like zero gravity, where you are diving through portals. So I actually shared with my dance class, this movement group, this beautiful video of an underwater swimmer who is in a pool where there's no waves. It's just a perfect blue pool. So you just see this you know, like a woman that is in her swimsuit doing these amazing arabesques and moving and swirling amidst the medium of the pool. So it's not like she's like on the bottom of the pool jumping up or diving off of the side or swimming side to side or anything like that. She's not propelling herself against contextual relevant objects. She is simply propelling herself with the actions of her own motions. That is every one of us swimming through time. You swim through the clear medium of time. So you begin to generate this force field that is a force field of buoyancy. And the more that you do it, the more buoyancy you have, and you're swimming through time. And in my class, I also talk about like liftoff. Like you got to kind of do warm up. I do a warm up of my muscles. You saw me doing this a little bit during class. I have different crystals and other things that I do use on the fascia of my body. I do a lot of stretching. Not all of it is like yoga, because some yoga isn't comfortable to me, but I use a yoga ball. I do all sorts of different stretching and preparation, and that definitely helps light to flow through all the muscles and tendons of my body. And then I put on some kick-ass music, and then I actually do the dance. And the actual dance is a dance where I have page breaks and paginations, because that's like everything that's gone on up until this point. Then you have a measure break, and you dance, dance, dance. You have another measure break, and dance, 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 and another measure break. And I also do encryption, and I also do the Merkaba before I get going. And I share all of this with the people who are my trusted participants. And it's not an exclusivity in order to be a part of my class. Like my class, you can join, and I encourage people to contact me who are interested. But there is a privateness to it, because usually I dance for myself kind of with my eyes closed. And it is not really something that is done as a social posturing or a presentation to others. Mostly human dancing is about, like my class about healthy and unhealthy sexuality, finding sexual partners. That's what mostly human dancing is about. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And partner dancing is very nice. This is a different type of dancing. This is dancing with God and dancing through time. And it's really more analogous to some Native people have a dance that is just for them, just for their family members, just for their sacredness of dancing and connecting to the world and sharing their authenticity and being divine in their body. And that is how I look at my dance. So it's, again, a dance that I don't want to be objectified while I'm doing it. And I want to encourage others to also feel free, to not feel like others are looking at you askance, judging you or criticizing you if you look funny, act weird, or if you're not shaped like a perfect ballerina. That is not what the dance is like. And the dance is also totally inclusive. So I have people in my class that have some limited mobility, don't have to have a perfect athletic body. Sometimes in my life, when my health was not that good, like I said, I danced from my torso up. Sometimes my back has been great, and then I dance with my whole entire body. and do what feels right for you in the moment, at the time that it is relevant. And we don't judge each other or compare each other. So I don't want you to compare yourself to me, but I want you to use me as a template for what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is oscillating and vibrating on a very, very fast, non-physical rate that then is being expressed by movements in the physical reality form. And every time I do it, I change and shift reality a little bit. And I danced my life into very many new, interesting, and positive configurations, changed a lot of health problems over the 20 years that I've been here. And more recently, like as I've been doing my dance class with others for about the past year, I was in San Diego in really a non-optimal life environment. And I danced myself back here to Ojai. And then I also danced into being my microgreens business, which is it was a personal goal of mine when I was in San Diego, and also is total joy. And I get to eat a lot of supercharged broccoli sprouts as an end result. And of course, I'm always making my music and always making my artwork. That's just a baseline of dancing those things into being. But I'm talking about like dancing into reality, new structures for your body and your behavior and the things that you might be experiencing. So I know someone who danced her way all the way to Ecuador. Life change, moving. I know people who have conceived of children since they've started their dance. Life change, beautiful, positive life changes. Life is meant to be a fun adventure, not a grim death march. And if you don't like the things that are on the menu, you are absolutely mandated and ordained to rearrange what the possibilities are, create or generate new possibilities in conjunction with the great conductor, the great composer, God, your highest self, to create positive things that you can experience in life in conjunction with the larger life sculpture that is what is the ecosystem, all life everywhere, all life across all dimensions. So big stuff, but also not inconsequential stuff. The changes that you make in your own life are profound, they are necessary, and they radiate outward to the larger time field, especially when people dance to save their lives. Like when people dance themselves out of disease or away from a car accident, that makes me say, I'm so happy that you did that, because we need you here. We need you here. We need you to be here dancing and collaborating and making the symphony of life even better. So there's always that, like people need to dance in order to move away from negative possibilities, but people also need to dance towards their greatness. So stay alive, don't die, dance towards your greatness. And then also we encourage each other as a flock of flying rainbow lasagnas. We encourage each other. Like, I cannot flap your wings for you, but when things are going good, I'm like, looking good, you are doing great. Or when you throw negativity out the window, because sometimes that happens during the dance, you're doing your dance and something that is like a negative thought form comes along and says, who do you think you are to do this dance? Stop dancing immediately, stop changing reality, stop improving things. Or, any of these things that inhibitions, doubts, insecurities that might come up. You throw them out the window. And I'm telepathic with the dancers and with everyone, but I'm consensually telepathic with all of my dancers and those who dance with me. And I say, good job, like, kick that crap out the window. Like, I feel it. I feel it. People falter. You know what I mean? Like, you're flying together, you're grooving, you're doing great. Like when you're a musician in a band, you're like doing great. And then you hear like the piano played a wrong note. You see the piano, they're cringing. Be like, throw doubt out the window, keep going. And then they get back in their groove. You're like, good job, keep going, good job. Because guess what? Anybody can play a wrong note. Anybody can fart on stage. Anybody can have an embarrassing conversation. Anybody can have something happen that they didn't want to have happen. Throw it out the window. Keep going. Stay alive. Move towards your greatness. And yeah, I've watched amazing things unfold in our group and in the people's individual lives. Some things I am not able to share because people share with me in confidence, and I always I'm a trustworthy person. But I would just say that, yeah, people do amazing things in their life. And then also there's just the pure joy and the pure artistry. And in my own life, for me, Flying Rainbow Lasagna is not just like an exercise program, but I have seen so much improvement and strength in my body I, like I told you, used to have brain damage, a lot of limited mobility, and I didn't feel like the bottoms of my feet for many years. You know what I mean? Like I had limited sensation. So that's why I also didn't have very good balance. Like, quiet, everyone, quiet. Apologies for the interruption. But yes, I've improved so much in the functioning and health and vitality of this body to be able to be in it. I call it like a handyman special, DIY, fixer-upper, fix up my body a lot. And it's a joy. It's a joy and a privilege to dance and to move my body and to be in the double Dutch jump rope of much, much larger events. And sometimes you carry the time events, and sometimes the time events carry you. And sometimes it's turbulent. And it's like, sometimes I've warned people, time tsunami, like you can feel it. You can feel it when the bay recedes, all the water is going out of the bay. You're like, there's going to be a big effing wave. Be prepared. And sometimes when we surf the time tsunami, it's totally smooth, totally peaceful, totally amazing. Like, you know, you're on the cusp of some very, very big major events. And it is amazing. You not only make it through like in a cringeworthy way, like fearfully, you make it through like, yeah, like amazing. And then, you know, you like calm down, because that's the other part, like stick the landing. So right now we are in flight school. There will come a time when we are 100% lasagna all the time. When I told you, you're in a waveform. There's not actually a floor there. There will come a time, mark my words, when you would be like, oh, Aurora told me there's not actually a floor here. Now I know what she's talking about. That your cognitive processes and many parts of social stability are not necessarily ready to have that full recognition yet. So just play along with, the floor is there for right now. So that is what we do. We go from a regular mundane state into a quantum indeterminate state, dance, dance, dance. It's also non-verbal and non-egotistical. You go into unity consciousness, be there, hang out, surf the time waves. Sometimes it's effortful, sometimes it's effortless. It really depends. Like when you're bicycling, I don't ride bicycles, I find them very uncomfortable, but sometimes you're like bicycle, like, oh, this is really hard, and then sometimes you're like coasting along, like woohoo, coasting, this is great. So that is also lasagna, sometimes effortful, sometimes effortless. Then at the end of the session, you touch down lightly, kind of like these paragliders, you know, they like have these giant sails that are kind of augmented with little motors, and they're able to kind of like fly around on the cliffs and everything like that. And they do all these flying and all these maneuvers, and then you have to touch down lightly, come back to reality. Because you know what? You're going to have to take care of those emails. You're going to have to pay that Geico bill. Play along with the concept that the floor is actually there and that material reality actually exists. But I advocate for everyone to like take care of their responsibilities, and you take care of them joyfully. And you do that. You do your painting, you do your music, you do your creativity, you do your business activities, you do your commodification and buying and selling and energy exchange in life as a fun adventure, not as a grim death march. And all of us do this, recognizing that we are adding up to something. I've been doing this for over 20 years. Many people have been in my class for like over 5 years. Some people I've known for 10 years. They're beautiful people, very close to my heart. And some people are totally new. I love you too. Okay, quiet down, everybody. Quiet, quiet. I know it's very, very hard for you to focus. Very hard for me to focus too with the dogs barking. We're wrapping it up. But know that you are dancing incrementally and shifting and shaping reality into greater and greater levels, optimum levels, closer and closer and closer to these ideals that are everything that I paint. And when you do your dance, you don't have to be in your dance imagining, hey, quiet, cheeky, enough, thank you, honey, thank you. You don't have to be imagining like, I want to have this and I want to have this and I want to have this. Like, that's all part of the soup. It is part of, it's in the flavoring of who you are when you go into higher dimensional quantum reality. And it is loved and recognized. Like, yeah, like we know you want this. You want this, you want like some ice cream and a new sweater and this, like those are all very, very fair desires, but you also want a larger restructuring of society and reality into a more magical and optimum and fun way of being. Beyond ice cream and a sweater for you, you want something that is good and perfect for everything and for everyone. And that is what you really dance towards. And that is what you really contribute towards. And I applaud everyone who's been doing this dance with me for so long, and newcomers too, because we've been really doing a kick-ass job of creating these patterns and shaping and restructuring reality and being empowered and moving out of the sense of, someone else is doing all this bad stuff and what am I supposed to do about it? And, all of those types of feelings, and moving into, oh, I know what to do about it, dance. So literally, this is what I will end my presentation on, and then I'll go through the rest of the questions and comments. And thank you for being with me on such a long presentation today. In bad times, I dance like a flying rainbow lasagna. And in good times, I dance like a flying rainbow lasagna. I've danced like a flying rainbow lasagna pretty much no matter what, every day that I am like healthy and able and, in freedom, not being held, whatever, some kind of a prisoner. Every time that it is possible, I dance like a flying rainbow lasagna. And it is a joy and a commitment to doing it. And it is also a basic identity and definition of who and what I am. And it's a higher dimensional reality structure that I invite you also to participate in, co-create with me, and inhabit with me. It's in your body. You are the higher dimension resides in you. I don't have the words to be able to say it. You're it. You're it. It's not something outside of you. You are very much it. Okay, so scrolling back. Melissa had to step out. She says, thank you, Aurora. Love to see your new iVMAC finish later. Thank you. I'm also so happy and excited and in so much gratitude to have received this as a gift from a wonderful person who facilitated this for me. If you guys have interest in what it is, I'm actually going to do a whole exploratory video series now that I actually have it and I'm able to tell you about my experiences. It is amazing. And I really only received it yesterday and already can tell you that it is amazing. So I can't wait to tell you even more about it. You can find some videos that I did with Ines Schwartz, who is a lovely student of this class and is also one of the researchers and developers over at iVMAC. That's already on my YouTube channel, but we'll do even more because I have so much more to say about it. Because it is a private message, I won't read that from you, Pedro, but you know what? We'll talk with you about it in a different setting. Charlie B says, I memorized all the words to Shakespeare. This is a quote. Now I just need to learn how to put them in order. I love it. That is perfect. We need this lightheartedness here. Anne says, are you actually dancing or are you creating the patterns with your body? Maybe this is obvious. I'm so glad you're sharing this. So I need to clarify. I do two things. First of all, sometimes I do flying rainbow lasagna, literally just sitting in the lotus position. And I'm like, just like this crystal is in here. It is just vibrating very, very, very fast. It's not necessarily moving all over the room. Sometimes that's me doing flying rainbow lasagna. Those are actually the most profound levels of flying rainbow lasagna. Sometimes I do flying rainbow lasagna and my arms are moving, my head is moving. I do a lot with my third eye. I do a lot with the tongue on the roof of my mouth. I do a lot with my physical eyesight closed and focused inward on my third eye, if you kind of know what I'm talking about, if you ever do that in meditation, like you kind of close your eyes and turn your eyesight as if you are looking up at your own forehead, which I know might sound a little bit strange, but you can try that if you haven't ever tried it. Sometimes I dance with my hands. You see me do that a little bit in class. And sometimes I do a very expansive dance. My favorite thing is to do it outside when I have a lot of space. Like I put down my mat and I put down like some bed sheets so that I don't have any furniture to run into. I'm not going to roll onto any like pointy cactus needles or anything like that. And just, it's a rolling around, like it's a rolling around and a rolling through portals. So I am creating these oscillative patterns with my DNA and with my time body, like what you guys call your light body, with your light body, my information body. I'm dancing with my information body. And I'm also dancing with the metabolism of my body, my glucose metabolism and my cell-to-cell communication and my mitochondria. So I love them so much because they are dancing too. Mitochondria have actually a different type of DNA than nuclear DNA, which is at the center of the nucleus of your DNA. So my mitochondria are dancing my flying rainbow lasagna too, slightly differently. So I'm dancing with my subcellular organelles, body parts, energy field, and just pure vibration. And I'm also dancing with my physical body. How should you begin? It really depends on your energy and your level of personal ability. I know someone who didn't have like very much mobility in their body, but they would sit either with their legs stretched out in front of them in bed or cross-legged if possible, and just vibrate and do the flying rainbow lasagna, oscillating with the sun, getting it going faster and faster. And then I know some people that are already into what people here call ecstatic dance, kind of like the festivals and things like that, where they are putting on music, often barefoot. Oh yeah, I didn't mention that. I dance barefoot. Do you know why? Because I'm grasping time tendrils and our feet are meant to be prehensile. So I'm very, very big on teaching people about decolonizing your posture, not only sitting in a chair, and decolonizing your feet. I hardly ever wear closed-toed shoes when I make an accommodation when it is cold here in California. It's California cold, not really cold, but like 50 degrees. I wear socks, but it has to be the type of socks that have individual toes. I can't wear socks that are like mittens for my feet. I'm like, how am I supposed to move my toes in these things? Yeah, so I'm very used to being able to move my toes and separate each one individually, decolonize your feet. People wear shoes in order to go to school, in order to learn that you need to sit at a desk and be a domesticated human and earn money in that way. But whenever possible, and when weather permitting, don't get frostbite, take off your shoes and reacquaint yourself with your feet. And I do a lot of things that are also foot stretching to be able to regain that mobility of every single toe, because you want to play piano with your toes and with your fingers at the same time. And your spine also really matters. Again, I know people who have limited mobility in their back who do the dance. It's not about what your body equipment is. It is really about the oscillation of your DNA and what you're doing on an energy level. So please know you are good enough. That is my big message to everyone in my dance class. Don't have to have a perfect set of muscles. You can have a replacement knee or hip replacement or whatever it is. You can have fillings in your teeth. Whatever it is, whatever is your thing that has happened in your body, you can dance and express this cosmic truth through your body form and even celebrate your body form. And I think that you might even be amazed at what your body form can do when you start to align with these larger currents of energy. You might gain capacitations that you didn't know or couldn't expect you would be able to do. Pedro says, I didn't understand how to dance, but I was lucky to see your FRL dance video and that helped a lot. It was amazing. Very good. I'm so pleased to hear that. And yes, for trusted participants, I am happy to share my FRL dance videos with you, and so you can get a sense of what I'm doing. We're swimming through time. We're in a context of just time without walls or a ceiling or a floor or anything like that. And we are propelling ourselves through the waters of time, even while we also feel and respond to the larger time currents that are like vortexes of energy that are swirling all around us. And Anne says, yes, I do both, and says, oh, I would love to see that video. Thank you. You're very, very welcome. So I would say anybody who's into it, just email me at flyingrainbowlasagna@me.com. And that way I can send you like the swimming through time video. I'll send you an example of my FRL dance class video. If you would like to be a part of my FRL dance class, also please reach out to me because I'm very open to that. So thank you. It has been, I know, a long presentation, but I think very timely, very much needed. And apologies for any barking dog interruptions that might have happened, during what we're doing over here. Next week is Galactic History. Next week, what I'm going to do is a standalone presentation. It's going to be a marathon. So get ready, get your snacks, get whatever you're going to need, get your electrolytes, carbo load the night before. It's going to be a marathon because I'm going to do I have galactic history level 1 and galactic history level 2, and I'm going to do it consecutively as several hours. I actually will make certain that there are breaks so that people can, bio body breaks, so that people can stop. Apologies for any loud noises in the background if you're hearing that, so that anybody can take care of their body, including me, throughout the marathon event. And I'm always going to update what I have shared in the past. So I recorded the first galactic history in 2013. Then I did more when I had subsequent insights in 2014. Then every year that I teach it in the context of what we're going through in our planet. The planetary development and Flying Rainbow Lasagna has everything to do with the galactic history of why do we have to rearrange our Rubik's Cube? Who broke this vase? I just got here. Why are there muddy footprints? Why are there pooties? What do I do in response to all of this stuff? So today we did the teaching in the face of adversity, dance like a flying rainbow lasagna. Next week, we will learn about and examine in excruciating detail the undigested corn that is in the poop of the world that we've been dealing with as we scrape it off of the bottom of our shoes. Sorry, I'm trying to be lighthearted about it, but it's very distressing stuff. And says, epic, wonderful. Yes, we will examine microscopically the pooties who refuse to flush and why they're there. And but you know something? Why do I do this? Because mostly where attention goes, energy flows. That is truthful. We cannot live in denial, and we must have the mature conversation of what is going on here? What is going on here, and what do we need to respond to? So in previous semesters, especially when I first started teaching this, again, humanity has leveled up in the 10 years that I've been a teacher formally like this, online. Used to save it for lesson 18, and I kept it just for the class, and didn't let anyone else know about this stuff because I was like, I don't want anybody to jump out the window or their heads to explode because we talk about these things. Now everybody knows about it. There are actually many, many wonderful ongoing conversations that acknowledge planetary invasion, genetic invasion, consciousness reduction, and manipulation of human genome, human society, human social and economic dynamics throughout our experience or human experience, many, many multiple times through human history, but I faltered there because some of it is not recorded in human history. Some of it's been mind wiped from you. So there are many, many ongoing conversations about this. And so everyone's mature enough. I don't have to guard this information and say that it's only for consensual participants, which is what I used to do. So I will make that particular presentation next week a standalone class that is available to people that are not formally enrolled, but who have an interest and wish to know about this, because it is empowerment information to know about these things and to be able to respond. And I'll be able to also contextualize it in present, in response to what you are presently going through, what we are all presently going through in terms of, like I said, subcutaneous pollutions, millimeter waves, and other forms of genetic manipulation, mind control, and willpower suppression that have been happening on this planet. It's not new, but it is definitely an exacerbation of previously established negative patterns that we are here to transcend and supersede. So I don't know about you. I definitely need to, so apologies for any background noise, have good food and nourish myself and take my dog for WALK. So I'm going to end the recording with profound thanks and gratitude for everyone who's in this class. Thank you to the people who were able to be here in person. Thank you to the people who catch the archive, because I know we have a time difference and people have work responsibilities. And thank you to the very consistent, beautiful people that find me on YouTube. Joyce Hartman, a couple of other people that always say something and comment in the comments. Ebony or Ebony, thank you for being here. Thank you for opening yourself up to these concepts. Lucy, thank you for being here. We know that you're at your desk, and it's got to be late in the day for you. Lucy's burning the candle at both ends all the times. So thank you for being here. I greatly, profoundly appreciate you and encourage you to keep dancing Flying Rainbow Lasagna if you are already dancing. And if you are new, if you haven't danced it yet, please begin. Please begin, and I wish it for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Much love to you. Thank you. Lucy says, I am, but always listening and hearing new things. I forget. I'm so pleased that you tune in for the energy and for the reminders. And yes, Lucy is a very beloved long-term friend and flying member Lasagna participant. So thank you so much. I'll end on that positive note. Love, positivity, and appreciation to all of you. Thank you.